Hello. Hello.
I'm almost there, chat. I swear to you, I am almost there. Okay, I don't need those two thingamadiggies. I need to move. Oh my god, there's so many cables now. I thought I had this sorted. I thought I had. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, hang on, hang on. Maybe I can get this sorted. Hang on. So, I have a lot of cables. I have a lot of cables right now. So I've got my cable for.
I'm freezing my nuts off.
Get a jacket then. So I've got like this long ass cable for holding the leap motion.
What if we held hands as a treat?
No, we're not gonna hold hands as a treat. So I got this long ass cable for my whatsamahoozy for the leap motion, and the idea is that it would, like, you know, trail off to the left side and then come back to me and such. It's like 5 meters long. I have so much length. Hi, Jason. All right, who do we got?
Furicures 1221 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alrighty, so we have Jason who got in first. We've got Ernea Zach. We got Furry Cures. We got Morse who's going to be joining in hopefully for some Super Smash Bros. Do we have anyone else in? I don't think I spotted anyone else. That's okay. Alrighty. I need to get the thingy-majiggy set up. So, because I have been doing quite a bit of what's-a-mahoozy, words fail me. Battles other around. Where do I do the thing for like creating a room? Like, hang on a second. So, there's tourney, there's a smash with up to 8 players. Hang on. I should probably like show you what it is that I am doing right now and get the music working. Behold! Smash Bros. Ultimate! It's Battle Arenas. This is what we want. Create or join a battle arena with custom rules. Alright, we're gonna create an arena for all skill levels. Available only friend... Nah, we're gonna make it public. We're gonna make it 4-person smash tops. It's gonna be 3 stocks, maximum 10 minutes. The bottom 2 leave. We're gonna password it. Let's see. Choice, custom stages are off. Spirits, amiibos, yep, those are all off. If you're experiencing during or when speculating, try increasing the, if you use it, yeah, I'm using a thing to do right now, so. Alright, so the name of the arena is going to be... I cannot spell. Ow. Alright, fuck it. GrantZeebs space stream. Okay. And then we need to set a password. 420. Actually, no, let's not be dumb. Let's not be stupid. I was gonna go 42069, but I feel like that was gonna be terrible. I was supposed to go to sleep several hours ago, but you play 5 hours of Genshin. Absolutely terrible. Genshin Impact? Also, who stole my shirt? God damn it, Furry Cures. Alright, let's go with 58225. Alright, so... GrantZeebs, cookie for... Oh, cookie's gone. GrantZeebs, stream. Also, I can stop the music in the background as well. If it will let me. There we go. Alright, GrantZeebs. Actually, hang on. So, 58225. 8225. We're gonna create this arena. Why? I'm not judging you strongly. Savage! Thank you for the 22 months! Alright, there we go. So, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room ID. Thank you so much for the 22 months. I greatly appreciate it. Alright, so the room ID is CV4R9. Passcode is... Not that. Oh, shit. I think I forgot the passcode. Does anyone remember what the passcode is? Ah! It was... Oh, shit. How do I forget this shit? Thank you, Morse. 58225. There we go. We pin this message. We'll manually unpin it, so then that way it's, you know, not a thingamadiggy. There we go. Thank you so much, Morse. Alrighty. There he is. Alrighty. Gonna ding dong. Where is my... There it is there. So, we're gonna do... I reckon, just really quickly, we're gonna do, like, one match as the, as just the duo, just so we can get... So then that way people know there's, like, a legitimacy to all this kind of shit. Like, watch this nonsense. Look at me playing Morse's Mario? What the fuck is this? Oh my goodness. Oh, and he's in the chat. Hello.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I need to press OK. I was not expecting Mario. I'm gonna be real. I'm worried now.
I mean, I didn't select anything, so I think that's just the default.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, hang on. I forgot the buttons. What in the... Hang on. Why does this feel so delayed for me? I remember playing this on, like, adventure mode. Uh-oh. So yeah, I like playing Hero, because of this slot machine nonsense.
Beaten. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So yeah, so alright, here we go. And then
Oh.
yes, so but that uses like all my magic, so oh Jesus. So yeah. Hi there, Tatsu, welcome to the stream. So right now it's just a one-on-one, but more people are invited to join. The room code and the passcode are available in the pinned message above. Stop stealing my shirt, please. I need it.
Quick distracted.
Go. Oh, you're still invulnerable. I have no clue. What is my range on this guy? Ow.
Ooh.
That's how you do a fireball.
Apparently.
Alright, let's go Psych Up. Come on. Oh. Oh, I didn't know you could reflect projectiles as well. That's awesome. Oh.
Me either. So.
Ah, damn it.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh.
Yay! All right, okay. I got a feeling for like the ping and all this kind of shit. So, because yeah, I don't know why. It just felt like it was like a, you know, more of a rather than a click click kind of thing. Nice. All right. But yeah, you did well. Yay! All right. So we got someone named Deity. Oh, I see Deity was in the chat. So they're gonna join in with us.
No.
I can see Tatsu. Oh wait, Blue's in the chat as well. You snuck in there, you moderator.
What do you think? You do the same thing to me.
No, I don't. I actually sit in your waiting chat room. I'm respectable that way.
And then you just jump in.
No, I don't. That is not happened. I don't abuse my moderation powers. All right, so Morris is picking their thing. I'm gonna stick to my hero. But I am gonna change the preferred stage from, let's see. I'm gonna change it to, oh yeah, so there is no like, stage hazards, by the by. So, shouldn't be too bad. Alright, let's see. Does Hero have a stage, or?
Yes, all of them should have.
So we got Fire Emblem, we got ARMS, we got Minecraft, we got Final Xenoblade, Tekken Set. Let's see what Mishima's dojo is like. Alrighty then. So, Blue, Tatsu, will you be joining us?
I am doing the figure out now.
You're figuring it out right now? Alright, cool. Fair enough, fair enough. So, oh, and Deity, is it free-for-all or twos? It's a free-for-all. So when you get So when you get like what's-a-mahoozy, once we get like 4 people into the thingamadiggy, it's a free-for-all, and free-for-alls normally go the same way every time, where it's a case of it is just absolute mayhem until someone like, you know, decides to call out and be like, they got 3 stocks, and then everyone decides to pick on one person. So, alrighty. I'm guessing Cookie Bun is you, Tatsu?
It's me. It's me.
It's used. It's used. Nice, 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 nice. Alrighty. Oh, someone is going random. Also, is my thing just delayed?
No, we've all got a quick okay.
Alrighty then. Had to fix my stage. I fought a Kazuya that had FD pick, so you chose a map too. Nice. So, alright. Hey, 2 Kirby's.
I don't have many characters because I have to start again.
Oh, sorry about that. Alright, which one's... Oh, this one's... Oop.
Ooh.
Yeah, good luck getting KOs on that one.
You can just break the... Oop.
Danny's over here just like biding their time. Oh, okay.
I love the kamikaze. Like, technically speaking, I'm dead, but... What the hell?
Oh, you got me.
Nope. Ah, you got me. Oh! Didn't know my range had that.
Oh,
Oh, no. Oh, there's an old dude just sitting in the middle of the temple.
he's chilling. Perhaps he is the Kiyama.
No, please don't. Oh my god, Deity has it out for me. I feel... Ah! Ooh. Ah, just before Magic Burst. You would have been dead if that went off. So, Tatsu, what is your strat in this game as a Kirby?
Ooh.
Oh. Ooh. Nice. Wait, can you change the like spells without having to cycle through them? Ooh, Urnezak's giving me lore. It's Hachachi Mishima. You're standing in his dojo. Look, I'm not a Tekken fan, alright? Like, the amount of knowledge I have on the different fighting games is, like, really low. Okay? I know that Smash Bros. Is, like, basically, oh, here are my favorite characters, and the Master Hand is, like, the person responsible for it. But meanwhile, what's-a-mahoozy? Street Fighter is just people fighting in the streets, and Mortal Kombat is for like a
People combating
like a
for
Mortal
mortal.
Kombat tournament thing. What's the lore of...
Oh!
Nice! Oh wait, no, you lost. Oh, look at this guy. Doesn't even look at the camera when he wins. Alright. I was responsible for 2 KOs. Also, why is my intro fighters going off right now? There we go. There shouldn't have been any advertisements. Alright, so, yep, so took the bottom 2 out. So now it's Icy and Ernea Zach.
The battle's about to start.
All right, that means you and I, Morse, we get to commentate like Joe Rogan or any of those armchair players.
3, 2, 1,
Go. All right, Icy seems to be going with the Tekken 8 dude.
Jin.
That guy.
He's playing. They're definitely hitting each other very much.
Yes.
Icy is falling off the side.
Yep. Oh, Icy did a grapple and a slam to the ground. Oh, he can have wings.
Oh,
Is a
a classic punch and kick combo.
Kirby seems to be getting up in the air a lot, but none of it leading to KOs. What are the Kirby's pronouns?
Kirby's a guy.
Alright, so he, hims. Radio. Wasn't too sure. Like, I knew there was like a dude named Jack Kirby, but I didn't know if it was going to be that same sort of Kirby. Not
No,
insinuating...
very, very different Kirby's.
Yes, I'm not insinuating that, like, the better part of Marvel and DC comic creation is Kirby himself, but... just similar naming. Do you know, like, that the actual, like, that, you know, whenever they denote, like, beams of cosmic energy, how it's like, oh, here's like, you know, that, like, beam of, it's like a colored light, but then there's, like, majority black spots within the colored light? That's actually, like, a Kirby, that's, like, called a Kirby ray. Because it was, like, him that...
Interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of cool, like, when people are trying to come up with, like, different sort of techniques for cosmic power or anything like that. And it's like,
Yeah.
Kirby was the one who did that. Not this Kirby. Granted, this Kirby is cosmic, but this Kirby
He is a
doing
superstar.
Yes. Alright, let's see. Alright, looks like everyone else is on 2 stocks. Ernea Zach is going strong. Ong's still alive at 150. No. They're gone. Kirby was named... Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a vacuum company named Kirby. You know what's...
Yeah.
Do you know that Godfrey's is, like, going away in Australia?
You mean Godfrey's?
Godfrey's. Sorry. Yes.
Fucking killed yourself to kill me, what the fuck?
I didn't mean that.
Did you know you had a spare stock, so then that way when you did that, you weren't, like, subscribing yourself to death as well?
Well, I knew I had an extra stock. Oh my god.
Ooh, let's see.
I will say there's actually a bit of a delay, so I actually have to plan ahead.
Yeah, I was sort of feeling a bit of a delay, but I chalked it up to the mixture of Aussie internet and Nintendo Online.
True.
Like, I don't think anyone ever thought Nintendo was going to be the pièce de résistance in online play. We kind of figured that when they were like, oh, if you want to communicate in Splatoon, you need to get our app. It's not an app you can run in Nintendo Switch, though. You have to get your mobile phone. Pain. Oh, Ernea Zach is knowing the timings, it seems. Because there is a limit to how long you can hold your smash attack, right?
Yes, there is a limit. Like, trust me, you can't hold it forever.
Yeah.
It starts to take your health away if you hold it in for too long.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I've learned that with my habits today, so... I held my hammer for too long and my health was actually starting to go down. So, oh.
Oh,
Sorry, did I come through? I didn't mean for it to come through.
no, it's alright. Hey, nice
Great.
work. Good work for Erne, Zach. Da-da-da-da-dun. Aw, look at... I've never seen Sora clap before. That one's hearty.
They told me Zora.
Sora.
Yeah, I said Zora, but
Yeah, no, it's alright, it's alright. Alright, so... Cookie and Icy, I think, are... Yeah, they're the ones that are kicked out, which gives room for me and Morse to join in. Alrighty. You're still... The lag is real. Oh my god. Okay, so glad to see everyone is having to deal what Australians had to deal with back in the 2000s. It's not just us.
this is good knowledge.
It's worse if you're trying to play a character that does character inputs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I actually tried to do Electric Wing God Fist, and I only was able to get it off once.
Man, I remember fighting the hut like this. You fucking break the ground and go into his basement.
And also that part where, you know, just losing a stock, taking someone down with me. I was not meant to do that. I was
Wait,
trying
where's
to do a
me?
different input.
I don't know where me is. And also my down B is not working. I don't know what happened. Psych up?
I believe you, Grant. You've got this.
Thank you. I am not doing too well. Oh, Jesus.
Also, which character you played? Is that meant to be Zelda?
I'm the guy in blue. I'm playing Hero, where...
I said Zelda, I meant Link.
Ah, okay.
But no, you said it was Hero.
Yeah. Oh.
You think
like
being
it.
invincible is gonna save you?
You cannot touch me. I have armor lock. I count 6 seconds. Oh, come on. I can do this. I can do this. Oh,
Beeps, is your only method of attack using gyroids?
what's gyroids?
I think it's my only ranged attack.
That's the flying thing with the arms. It's an Animal Crossing thing. You usually get them on a train and you can dig them up from the ground.
What the fuck is Hocus Pocus? Oh, I'm slowed down. That's... Jesus Christ. Because that is something I...
Oh, it's a nice fireball.
This funny magic man just shooting fireballs.
Okay, Zurich says that Hocus Pocus is a gamble.
Yeah, Hocus... I realize Hocus Pocus is a gamble. Ah, wrong way. Nope. No, do not get between me.
I'm just glad I was able to get a lot of the stuff I needed to get done today.
Oh, that's good. So it's like a... Okay, so yeah, this was a proper weekend of like chores and goals for you?
Well, I just went and spent $15,200 bucks.
Jesus.
What the?
I had to go get a replacement car.
Wait.
Oh, okay, makes more sense.
Wait. Don't you mean a new car? What do you mean a replacement car? You mean a new car, right?
Yeah, in a sense, but it's not new.
Innocent.
It's new to you, though, right?
It is new to me, but it's not a new car.
Well, but it is a new car because it's new to you. You can't fault me on this logic.
I must change my character.
Alrighty.
I need to quickly change mine.
Once again, me and Mars.
Yeah, but get yourselves out of there.
Aw, you sure? Alright.
What, streamer breaking their own rules?
No, a streamer's not breaking their own rules. I was just hoping...
You're just hoping for a freebie.
I was hoping for a freebie, yeah. You should be able to, like, click your self... There we go. And then, can I grab more? No, I cannot. Apparently, I cannot grab more. I'm not breaking the rules, Ginger. Morse, get out of there.
I'll do this.
Get
I need
out
to
of there.
And then... grab Morse again.
Huh?
Hi, Wild Saber. Oh, what is the smell of this quote-unquote new car? Is it a musty smell, like Wild Saber says?
No, it's actually like, how do I say it? The previous owner drove it around and it's close to looking brand new, apart from cosmetic stuff.
Ah, so it's that kind of sterilized kind of thing.
And the thing is, the car itself, like the back seats were hardly used at all, so
Oh, well that's a treat. I don't know if
Oh,
that is a
great.
treat. Like how often? Like I feel like the back seats don't get used in a lot of cars anyway.
you'll be surprised. And who was the Joker that just randomly died?
That was Tatsu.
This is my first time playing this character.
Oh my god.
Yep, I'm just gonna fucking gun.
Yep. What,
Get played, son.
what needs to happen is Deity and Urine Zag, one of them two has to get out of this. Like,
I'm
first.
trying.
You seem to be a lot better with Mr. Game & Watch than with, Kiryu, or whatever his name is.
Because the problem it's Kazuya. The problem is with I still haven't gotten the full hang of Kazuya yet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but his name's Jin Kazuha. Kazuha's his last name.
No, it's Kazuya Mishima.
Oh,
Thinking of his
that's
son,
I think
Jin,
it's son.
was it Jin Kazama?
Yeah.
I saw an opportunity, but it didn't work. Alright. Come on.
Oh my god, all of you are still on 3 stock. What the hell is this?
No, not
I'm on 2
freaking-
actually.
Listen,
I killed myself at the beginning.
Yeah, that was your fault. Zeebs, guess how warm is it in Kansas? Is it as warm as it is in Australia? Because Australia's having a bit of a heat wave. Or at least Brisbane is. So,
How am I still alive?
I don't know.
leave the 2D pixel man alone!
Oh my god, I almost killed myself again.
Stop abusing the corporation's 2D image. I love how the 4 characters we have is the Queen of a Kingdom, the anarchist, the destined hero who is like split in like 3 different things with a fucked up lore, and Mr. Game & Watch.
I try my best.
You do try your best. Hi there, Velt. That's how muggy it is here. There's 9 mugs there. What do you mean there's 9 mugs there? How do you have mugs outside?
Oh, I'm out of here. I did not know how to play that character. That went beautifully though.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Everyone's hitting the 2. You know why? It's because you're the most distinct character on this really bright stage. Everyone is like brightly colored and they blend in so well. But Mr. Game & Watch is oh no, he's nice.
Yeah, what cost?
Ugh.
Just keep cooking, just keep cooking.
Just keep cooking. You'll get. Don't worry. You'll get her someday. You'll get Peach. My God, like, she's almost 200%. How is she not yet like just flung across the stage?
Many questions need to be answered here, and I'll answer it.
Ah, there we go. Great answer. Nice. I'm having. This is just so silly to watch.
What the?
yeah, I see.
I see, no.
Oh no!
The problem was, like, I did my recovery and I tried to jump, but it got delayed so hard.
Okay, alright.
But that was hilarious, getting that 9.
That was good. Oop. Look at these two. Oh.
It is very buggy where I live currently. It's not really the heat that's getting me, it's just buggy.
Yeah, it's just this mix of humidity and once you're feeling it, it's just hot. It's like someone not properly cleaning the teacup after a hot tea kind of feels.
Yeah.
What is that combo?
Ooh.
Oh, just whacks her from behind. Just. Oh, there we go. Now he actually like looks in front of us. Maybe I should have made it where it's the top 2 instead of the bottom 2 that gets swapped.
I was wondering why you do bottom 2.
I don't know why either. It was just the first option that was there.
Oh my.
I'm just dumb.
Not reading.
Peach is not fun with a 2 sec. Is the input like 2 seconds?
It's actually like 1.5 seconds. But you'll be surprised on how much that actually off-puts.
Oh, hang on. Rules. Change rules.
But here's the thing, though.
2.
Like,
Actually, do we want to make it top
Nintendo
2 or top 1?
It's
Doesn't bother me.
I think top 2, just so then that way there's like the most rotation, so then that way when other people join in and shit like that, there's a chance for them to, you know, do their thing. Alright.
let's see what.
Hang on, I'm gonna change the look of Hero. Maybe that's the trick. I just need to make him look different.
Oh wait, you can make people look different, can't you?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did not realize there was that many characters available.
Oh yeah, no, I got the battle pass. I got the
I can be Pink Samus, let's go.
Yeah, there's so many of them. And what's more is there's a bit of a mix as well when they did the collab, because I remember everyone had like a thing of like, oh, it's going to be the Master Chief who's going to be in Smash Bros. Or Blinks the Time Sweeper and shit. And then we got Minecraft Steve, and everyone was just like, like.
I remember when the interview for Steve came out and was like, no, fuck you.
It's so great, because like I'm gonna be real, like it's so great. And what's more is his original like final Smash. He's doing this thing where he's just like eating steak when he throws you into the cave, and you just have that Minecraft steak noise. It's just like
Amazing.
nom, 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 nom. All right, we got room for one more person. Let's see who's gonna be the.
Yeah, I think Erd was cheesy the character.
Yeah, so Ernest, Zach might be. Oh, so
They also need to be.
Radio. I am going to have a quick sip. I'm going to try and give myself a competitive edge by drinking Coca-Cola with no sugar or caffeine.
Hey, I'm drinking Pepsi Max with no sugar. I
Let's
think it has
go.
caffeine though.
Yeah.
It doesn't have caffeine actually.
They didn't think it
Or if
through
it
the
does-
angle while Steve held his steak. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I thought it was just because it was like extra toxicity, like how there used to be the hook icon in League of Legends. So what ended up happening is they later removed it because the hook icon looked very similar to a noose, and it was like everyone's choice for like, oh, like if someone makes a bad play, they're just like, kill yourself. Which, unfortunately, in League of Legends, there's a very low tolerance for people not playing well outside of competitive. And it's just like, ugh. So, if I'm ever to do League of Legends, I would make it where it's a custom match, and it was like everyone that I knew, we were in the game together kind of thing. So it was like me and 4 mates against 5 mates.
Yeah.
I'd be down.
Yeah?
I'd be down.
I see. Quick sucking lemons and get in there.
Fine, Someone's going random.
Morse. I will probably go... If I can get at least 1 win, I will then go random.
Oh my freaking god.
Again, I downloaded the game on Tuesday, so I have no like
What
any.
went on?
What happened? Why is everyone leaving?
What?
It's because Beats just went out and then it's like,
We're all just like, oh, I wonder what we're gonna pick. Everyone has to remember, there's like a second delay. Damn it,
a
Masonic.
thing you have to do to actually.
Oh, I see how this is. Volunteering to
Have to
sit around
confirm
out.
and then confirm again.
Cookie for Jason! Here's your cookie, Jason. I don't think it through the... Ooh, excuse me.
Ooh, Mega Man.
The internet made it horn. Oh, the Steve
Mega
stack.
Man.
Mega Man and Yoshi. Hang on, I can... Damn it. Breath. Yoshi!
Yoshi!
Oh my god, Mega Man moves fast. Is it me, or is this feeling faster than before?
It still feels the same.
I have to do a grid. Give me a shit.
No, do not... No. Nice. You guys weigh fucking nothing.
How are you meant to play if you don't have that aerodynamic body? The shirt's not aerodynamic.
Oh, no! What the frick is going on there?
That was a full-size fireball. Somehow I didn't get anyone hit on me when I did that.
I need a book bandit at some point.
Oh, Jesus!
What is happening?
I don't know. Just give me a second.
Grant is trying to live.
I'm trying to win!
Holy shit! Oh!
That's thwack! Ah!
What the? Oh my freaking god!
No, deity! How dare you! No. Use bounce. I feel like there's a lot of projectiles.
What else get hit by that? I didn't get hit by that.
I think you rolled out of the way, so then that way.
Oh my god! Could I just stop being in between people for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god!
Oh, I forgot his thingy is the spin. I forgot
Spin.
that's spin.
Like, man, I am so out of touch with Smash because I devoted all my other time to other things instead.
Ooh! That did it. Ow. Oh my god, I'm... Whoop, whoop.
Man, I should really switch to my mains, shouldn't I?
Which one's your main, Mr. Game & Watch?
Mr. Game & Watch is my joke main.
Oh, oh.
I play as him to meme, and usually every time I play as him, I get a 9 somewhere in the match.
I saw you, Deity, nearly falling off the fucking road. Ah!
I swear Beeps is like the random element here, just attacking anything that's nearby.
Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, here we go.
Oh!
Oh! Also, who is texting me? Shit. Where's my phone?
Also, Grant,
Oh,
why does Hero
not an important message. Cool.
What is
Oh!
Grant? Why does your character look like Android 17 from
Because he's
Dragon Ball right now?
he's drawn by the same person who has done Android 17. Oh Jesus!
Well,
All right.
okay, you just got yeeted out.
Huh? I haven't forgotten about you. Sorry, I've been sick most of the week, so I wasn't thinking about catching up plans. Sorry. Oh, that's okay. That was my sister. Okay. I thought it was like a work call or something crazy like that, but nah, it's fine. Nice work, Deity. Just grabs me and yeets me. Wait, I thought I changed the...
You did. The people who
Yeah,
are
you
on the
did.
bottom.
The top 2 get kicked out.
Oh yeah, I was one of the top 2.
Yeah.
Wondering why you got kicked out?
Too good.
For some reason, I forgot how well I was doing. I was just like, huh, why did I get kicked out? Oh, this is
Oh my god, why does it have to be this stage?
This is a terror. Who picked this stage? Look at this nonsense.
Oh my god.
Like,
freaking-
your directions are left, right, up, and down, and you can't really change those 2 axes. This is a
And the ground is just... you can destroy the ground, by the way.
Oh, sweet. How do you do that? Ooh, excuse me.
Attack it.
Cookie, attack the ground. You have bombs. Oh, Link got
I
fucked.
have been throwing bombs.
Try not to die. Oh! Nice! You got Renee and Zach and all that.
Oh my god, even my tilts are lagged. That is awkward.
You'd think after 2020, when we all like got stuck in homes and everyone went on to the NBN, that we would have like better connections. But we didn't. It's just the same. Australia is always like second rate to the rest of the competitions.
Oh no, everyone's into destroy the child mode.
Yeah, because they got 3 stocks. Anyone playing the game already is aware of this, but Chad is not aware of this because in the way of seeing how many stocks there are, Morse and Blue are doing a misinformation campaign.
What?
Oh, how did I dodge that?
What am I? I'm not doing anything.
No, it's just you as the Fugi reactive. I was just being facetious.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Besides, Australians are classic misinformation peeps. They will tell you anything in a straight-faced lie, and their mateship is so strong that they will join in with others. I almost convinced someone that Vegemite was an ISP.
No.
So, unfortunately, the only other Australian in the chat... Ooh,
Hates Vegemite.
The only other
Yeah,
Australian
the
in
connection's
chat,
terrible.
Yeah, the only other Australian in the Discord didn't back me up initially on it. They were just like, "Huh? What?" Which was unfortunate.
Very
because,
un-Australian.
Yeah, I think they were just like, because I was just like spouting off like, "Oh, we have all these ISPs: Aussie Broadband, Telstra, Optus, Vegemite," and this was all to just bamboozle one American.
They almost believed it too.
It could have been so great. So, but the lesson I've learned is that even if the Australian's like, "Huh?" you just say it again with no new information.
Yeah,
So,
with more confidence. Problem
Oh
solved.
my god!
that's twice now IC has tried to get Cookie. Oh, maybe this is it.
Oh my god!
Yay!
Whoever picked this stage, oh, go suck a lemon.
Huh? He's just scraping a stick on the ground. Is this how Nintendo thinks children are at Lucas's age? They just have a random stick
mean,
and
it
they're
is.
just like,
What
Yeah,
would
I mean,
you rather
that's
them?
pretty accurate.
Would you rather them be on their freaking iPhone, Galaxy, Android Galaxies, or whatever?
I was about to say,
doing
Grid. This
selfies.
is how kids. This is how kids were when they made that game.
Fair enough. Also, the stage hazards are off, so the stage isn't breaking like normal. Oh yeah, stage hazards are off. Is there a way for me to? Oh no, I think I would have to go into like the stock thingamajiggies.
Yeah, you actually have to.
I'm not
do a
gonna
lot.
turn on stage hazards. I feel like I like classic sort of like just throwing whatever kind of shit out there, but I've learned people don't like spirits, final smashes, or items.
I don't mind final smashes if you have smash meter.
Yeah. So. So. Granted, I've been indoctrinated by the melee community to some degree, but thankfully not to the level where it's a problematic. Oop, Jesus! Just let me do my magic.
That magic.
Ah! No!
That was so close.
Have fun. Oh. Oh, my directionals are. Not? Oh, god damn. How did you...
No!
Oh, I thought I... Is that not my shield? Oh, that's my grab. Oh, goddamn, I didn't realize he had that kind of range. Damn it, I walked into that one. Oh. Oh! Woo! Okay, I have like no magic now. Ah. Alrighty, let's see. Let's see who wins this. It's actually neck and neck. Never mind. Magic Burst always takes all the mana. Yeah, I need to remember that Kamikaze, Magic Burst, they take all the mana. And it's like, you know, still really good. So, but yay, I'm not gonna get kicked out. Oh no, that means I'm stuck with Deity again. Oh no. Oh no. Kamikaze equals die though, unfortunately though, but it's hilarious. It's so yeah, all your mana is gone because you die. Damn, Snake looks good.
Plus,
It would have been hilarious if anyone got that snow.
oh fuck, it keeps juggling me.
Have a grenade.
Yeah, it was a grenade. Good work.
3 grenade.
Nah, none of this.
You saw me like, yep. Oh. Stop shooting rockets at me.
Ooh, nice.
Grenade.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Ooh, Jesus.
No, none of that.
Icy knows my techniques. Ah! Deity knows my techniques.
Oh,
Freaking Cookie just
Yeah.
walking around.
No! I swear I have techniques. Wait, is Deity just focusing on me now?
Sure, why not?
Could you not, please?
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
no.
No.
Hey.
Clip it. That was so great. Just the timing of that. It's like, you're really gonna make Icy live? And it's just like, Kamikaze goes off.
Hey, God. Oh my god, like, I swear, it's weird that the inputs...
Did you not?
I'm legit doing
no.
nothing to Zeebs, and then this is what's happening.
Oh, Cookie still has a life. Jesus.
Yeah, Cookie's been having just walking around, and I don't know what they're doing. Have a grenade.
Snooze.
Why I snooze?
You snooze
Nap time.
because
Oh, come on,
why
no.
not?
Diagnoses you with nap time.
Freaking, are you just all range attacking? Have this.
Oh, thank goodness I did not kamikaze then.
Oh my.
No! Deity, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Hey. Oh.
Oh! Oh! Damn
God
it.
damn it, Grant. I was trying my hardest to survive, so I had to sit out the next round.
I just like
Just the... Thank Thank you, Velk, for the clip. I just love how it's just like, right, I'm gonna like do a swing on you, and then you just have a rocket ready to go.
Yep.
It's called invincibility frames.
Amazing. Oh, that was fun. All right. There we go.
I like playing as Snake because I actually try to tactically use C4.
Sword slash bazooka. It's because I had oomph on me as well, so when I just earlier on there was like the hatchet man. I don't know how I got you with the hatchet man. I feel like that was just like the craziest coinky dink of I charged it and you moved into it of all things. Ooh. Hopefully Deity's doing alright. Why did no one remind you? There is a Discord notification, there is a Twitch notification, there is all sorts of notifications that go off, Sash. You have no one to blame here. You don't have me, you don't have Tatsu, or Morse, or Blue, or anyone else to blame. Except you. Also, hi. Can we get a shout out for Sashera and Tatsu, please?
Don't do it.
What do you mean, don't do it? You're my moderator.
Don't do it. It's a trap. I know, but I can't. I can't. I'm fighting for my life over here.
Fine, I guess I'll do it.
That's right.
It's not like I'm
Well,
doing
I've done
anything
right.
else.
That was almost perfect there.
Oop.
Ooh.
That was good. And then shout out Tatsu. Incredible. Let's see how's. Alright, let's see. Morse is running on empty, and they're gonna need to get some more ink. Is there a way for the squids to get ink, or oh, no, they're gone.
No idea.
No idea.
Oh, you need to what is it? Was it down B? Yeah, you need a down B.
Radio.
Hmm.
Ooh, Deity is hanging. Oh, defeated. Never mind. I'd be absolutely terrible as a commentator, wouldn't I?
Well, why do your stars go so fucking far?
Shulk, Alvirus. I don't think Shulk is a class.
I just killed myself.
Cookie.
I can't stop charging that attack once I start.
Are you sure? Are you
Yeah.
sure? I feel like that's a shortcoming. I feel like
I tried to jump and get it. It wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me.
What if you used like I don't know, grab or shield? I feel like those would have been cancellation frames as well.
What the fuck is shield?
Like that's like the bumper buttons.
I've never used a shield in my life.
Tatsu also very loud. I'm sorry. Hang on. Is that, let's see, volume. Oh, because I've raised like nearly everyone else's volume. And then Tatsu. Alright, let me put you down to like, I don't know, fucking 80. How about that? Oh, ready. 2 randoms and a snake.
Yeah, I'm changing to random. So I can try out all the characters.
Oh no, it's King K. Rool.
Grenade.
Grenade. Musket. Electricity.
Why is this stage constantly being picked?
Look, at least it's not this. Oh my god, there's so many fucking projectiles.
Listen, I'm just saying, Sash just wins it. I want to remind this.
Oh my god,
Not
can you-
in here yet.
I'm trying to.
Are you trying?
Ow, what the fuck was that?
Oh my.
I can't read my spells!
I can't even freaking see what's going on. Okay,
Fucking fists me. No, you don't. Alright, bounce, let's go. And then... Kaboom! Oh,
Really?
it would be so funny if I did a fucking kamikaze.
You don't have to be VC sesh.
Yep. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. If I join, it won't be in VC. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's not a requirement. Like, the VC is just to help keep me company, so I'm not talking to the voices in my head. It's instead being able to talk with either people who are in the game or those who are not.
You tell me I'm not talking to the voices in my head right now.
What the heck
A voice
was
in your head?
that?
Also, King... Alright, here we go. Psych up.
Please, no! I'm just a small mouse!
God.
Oh, you got me... You can break me out of my magic burst? That's a problem.
Well, it's possible.
Oh, that's me out.
Oh, okay. Oh. Could you not, please?
Maybe I will.
Alrighty. Day of your pen pressure not working on substance painter, you're in hell. Oh! Oh, would you look at that? Solid Snake survived. No, he didn't.
Did he?
Wait, he did?
Oh!
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 Good work.
Sash, are you
Oh,
looking
my
on 3D right now?
The voices are
Oh,
very
so I am
I just
sad.
read.
I'll tell you what, Didi, that was really close. Okay, so what happens is I actually pull back on my joystick so hard.
Hmm?
To the point where I try to resist, because if you move it while you're in midair, you can try to resist as much as you can. Like, people find it hard to you know, actually kill me because I keep doing that. God. Biggest snake nerf in this game, his ass was shrunk.
He'll be fine. The only reason we think he has an ass is because they did a really really large normal map on the groove between the strap and his butt. That's the only reason we think he has volume is because of the normal map.
Is it like Snake in Fortnite?
There is a
Yeah.
snake in Fortnite, and I have him. Hey, no, Cookie,
Oh,
get away.
his
It was
ass
the
was also
biggest-
nerfed in that too.
Again, it's not exactly a nerf if they never had an ass to begin with.
Nah, it's still a nerf. Chat, do you agree with me that it's a nerf?
Good one.
I exploited that snooze. Oh no, I don't have magic because they got me out of my magic burst.
I got really weird why we getting a Mishima Dojo.
If people pick random in their stage and one person like has like a preference pick, I think Nintendo goes for the preference pick over randomization.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's a thing from like Mario Kart, and it could be a thing here.
it is a thing. It's basically, hey, nobody else wants to choose a map, but this person has a map they want to.
No, that was the wrong boom. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Urna is like, has like full 3 stock. No thanks. Oh, what the fuck was that?
Oh, goodbye.
Alright, it's between Cookie and... Cookie for Bookie! Flat Snake. You have Dojo, I have Hollow Bastion selected, so hopefully switch maps up when I'm in. Yeah, hopefully so. I'll probably swap out of this Dojo then and see and look at a different one. So, yeah.
I do not know how to play Mario. What the fuck are these?
The hell is...
attacks?
Oh. Perfect timing there, Alvirus. Nice. At least I'm getting coins from all this. Alright. And then... everyone's processing all their things. Change the first stage. Let's go... let's go to Pokemon Stadium. That'll be a bit of a fun one to do. Nice to meet you. So, yeah. Also, Sash, I thought you were gonna join us. You're not gonna go into the game? Have you not seen the pinned comment? Also, we need one of these 3 to, like, get in the game. It's up. Ah! Rookie mistake. You didn't check these things before the event.
I think Sash wants to kick your ass.
I think so. I have to wait 20 minutes because I don't play. Oh my goodness, 20 minutes? Are we even going to be streaming 20 minutes from now? Yes, we are.
Yeah,
Yes, we are.
You're
You're
Don't
only like
worry.
an hour and 15 minutes in.
That's the joke. I was gonna
That's
do a
true.
bit. And I'm on it. Also, Morse, come join us.
I dream.
Yay!
Yeah, stream is over. Stream's over. Cut to a
Yeah,
stream
the
ending.
minute Sash says they're ready, we're just gonna move over to the raid
Yeah.
screen and be like, all right, we're moving on.
Wow.
Okay, so we're doing Final Fantasy 14.
All right. Yep, we're just gonna go to the critically acclaimed MMO because I need to catch up. Actually, next week I will be doing a morning stream of the video of Final Fantasy 14. So there we go, right out the get go. Just whack Morse and get rid of Icy. And
Wait, Sash, you eat food?
why is Icy in Aussie mode? Why is he like wearing nothing but fucking? Ow!
Don't mess with Shulk with just wearing nothing but like underwear or something.
Budgie snugglers. Yeah, do not go over to that corner. Deity will kick your ass.
See it. Oh my god, this stage, like whoever
It's
picked this.
really tight.
My god. Legit, I actually believe the stage is just legit unfair.
It's tiny, I can give you that much.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is legit an unfair stage.
Unfair for who, though, is the question.
Oh my god. That was actually bad because I just lost 2 stocks on near 0 because of that.
Nope! I'm not falling for that one.
And also, thanks to hazards being off, coins will not spawn.
What do coins do?
You pretty much, if you collect 100, you get a buff.
Uranizak paid me to say I can't add quotes anymore. I am
You get
sad.
increased attack and increased defense.
I'm just waiting for someone to be dumb. Just you wait.
Wow.
Oh
Someone
no!
kills
It changes
Zeebs
the
because he's not
map.
contributing.
Ah!
Why is there a Powerball?
Oh.
Wow. Zeebs just standing there.
Yes.
Deserved.
Just, standing there yet again, thinking about my spells, and just being like, boom. Yeah, so quotes are now being nerfed, so really you have to be like a subscriber or a moderator in order to add quotes, because I have way too many as it is right now, and it used to be the thing that people spammed, like being able to just be like, oh hey, remember this quote, remember this quote, remember this quote, and it was like done very, very quickly. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That
that's
stage was, lol.
legit. That stage was really bad because you can easily get stun locked.
What is it with
Good
all of
Freddy.
these topless characters?
Listen, people know
Grant-
what's up.
Is Grant played instead of the other person? It
Oh,
was meant to be another person
because,
because Grant was the top 2.
yeah, hang on. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me jump out. Because, like, they're changing their thingy-majiggies. Oh.
It's called male.
We're all trying. What's wrong with boobs? There's nothing wrong with boobs. I'm just confused in a Nintendo game about fighting, which is meant to be a family fun game. Why is there topless men? Okay? It's a valid question in the Nintendo community.
We should wait for Grant to get it to waiting, otherwise they can't spectate.
No, I can spectate. Look.
No, you can't, you have to be in waiting, don't you?
Oh. Alright.
You in?
I'm in. Let's go. Oh.
Still can't see the fight.
Still
Great.
can't see the fight.
Too much TOS.
Oh, yeah, there's too much
Too many
TOS. That's
shitless
exactly
people.
why. Alrighty.
What the fuck? Why is Jigglypuff in this game?
So while the two topless men fight it out.
Excuse you, there's 3 topless men here. And a Jigglypuff, which may be a topless man, you don't know.
Jigglypuff is a Pokemon. They don't wear clothes.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they're not topless.
Yeah, but I'm not going to consider a dog naked because they're not wearing a... God damn it, Xerix. Now I'm topless.
See, now there's 5 topless men.
Oh shit, now it's like I've accidentally pressed the wrong button and now it's like trying to start other programs again. Shit.
A vision.
Diversions. Can you all agree to go topless forever? No, we're not gonna go topless forever. We're not gonna go topless forever. That'd be silly. There we go.
I'm sorry, I saw the opportunity.
Cookie
That's a good
for
opportunity.
Bookie. It's a shame I can't like jump into the spectating. It's like
Yeah, no kidding.
unless nah.
Jeez,
Oh,
how
What a terrible system. It's like, oh, you can spectate the next battle. I have no clue what's going on, chat. This is the most riveting gameplay you're going to get at this minute.
My god, you should see, we're all like 120 health currently. We're fucking fighting for our lives here.
That actually sounds
Oh.
exciting.
The one-wing needle!
Leave me alone, balls. Don't do it.
I'm excited. DK 2 stocks, 120. Ooh, okay. Also, hi there, Ripper. Welcome to the 10 out of 10 content. Look, you're just missing on the time when there was battles and I could spectate and such. This has been very fun, okay? This is why I've wanted to do like party game streams, is so then that way there's an opportunity of A, talking to the lovely viewers and friends that I have, that I've made through the streaming and what have you, and then 2, playing fun games like these that are obviously built for, it's more fun if you have friends. Trying to coordinate friends to do things is very hard. Meanwhile, Deity is giving me play-by-play, which is actually very appreciated. Thank you, Deity. Jiggly handing in. Erne Zack's being defeated. I'm making fun of Nintendo not letting you switch to spectate. Yeah, cool. Friends are lovely? Yes! How else would you describe Friends? Tatsu, how else would you describe Friends?
TV show.
Free organs.
You're both you're both terrible. You gave me a TV show and you gave me a fucking medical emergency.
Oh.
Brilliant, you two. Absolutely brilliant. You're clearly going to be low on my list of do I donate an organ. Although, Morris, I do agree with you. Friends is a good show.
That was a good show. Just it is a show.
I was only beaming, I promise.
Yeah. So was only being a beam. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to stop being friends with you. It's really hard keeping friends as an adult, okay? I'm not going to throw away friendship from, like, this is the weakest of vibe checks, okay? If there becomes a proper... If there's Friends is overrated, I'll accept my ban. You won't get banned, but you will be timed out for 60 seconds. Can I do... Oh my god, there's space. Okay, hang on. Ding.
No, not like this.
What Cookie's doing?
60.
I don't think so.
You're gonna be timed out for 60 seconds for that comment, alright? Friends isn't overrated. It's not underrated, though, either. I feel like it's okay, alright? I enjoyed it. I went through the series, sure. I put it in the same realm as, like, Seinfeld, where it's like, you can't separate the two of... Like, you can't say one's better than the other. It's in the same category as Cheers or MASH, where it was very important during the whole syndication pursuit age. And we all enjoyed it for it. Oh, would you look at that? The topless man won.
Don't mess with the topless man.
There was a monkey?
Yeah, the only reason I won is because I could make him more fall asleep and Icy would just keep hitting them.
Yeah, I was just wailed on.
Well, to be fair, I was on 2 stocks and it was right for beef to target me.
Oh my
I'm gonna go cook myself some dinner real quick. I'll be right back.
Alrighty then, sounds good. Thank you for joining in.
Oh, 2 topless men, and they're the same guy.
Two topless men and Yoshi. Ah! Oh, Jesus. Oh no! I'm getting attacked by the 2 topless men. Ah!
You know what? If next
delays.
fight, it has to be all the same
Okay, so it's
characters,
not just me.
topless.
All the same characters? Oh, hang on.
Topless.
Oh, okay.
So it's either all Shulk or Sephiroth.
Oh, yeah, No! I'm not gonna be able to exploit my snooze! Damn it. Hi there, Scribbly. Bless Morse for picking the creature. Yes, because...
Izzy!
Izzy. Listen, I tried to make Ali happy by playing as Shulk, because Shulk is one of my mains.
Because of Urne saying, Grant, that's homophobic. All that's running through my head is great. I am now being like properly punished for my homophobic. Oh my god, there's a raid! And it wasn't by Scribbly.
Oh, was there?
It's a raid by Kaputs. Hi there, Kaputs. Welcome to the stream. Oh, fuck. Where am I? Here I am. I'm alive. Cool. Oh. Hi there. Welcome to the raid. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Right now, it is the party game stream, and I'm getting my ass kicked by
Grappity.
Sephiroth, and Morse.
Hello.
Hello. Viewers are welcome to join us. The what's-a-moohoozy, the room code and the passcode is available as a pinned message. Also, why do I have... Nice. Ah! Why are the two cavemen attacking me? Ah, nope.
Oh my god, how can you say that about Seth?
Look, look, he might be combat, like, sexual, but he has a thing for... Or, Cloud.
Leather. Oh.
Weather. Weather.
I said
yeah.
leather.
Oh, okay. I thought you said weather. Let me slam some pizza and then get ready to smash. Oh, joy.
Pizza.
In Smash Bros, right? In
No,
Smash
Kazaki's
Bros.
also going to join. Oh no. I've got the orbs.
That's racist. Thank you, Alvirus, for that community quote.
You got called out.
God damn it, Incineroar. That's how y'all doing tonight. I'm doing okay. Tatsu, how are you? Oh, Tatsu's having dinner right now, so she's not saying anything. Morse, how are you doing?
I exist so much.
Is existence pain or is existence good?
Yes.
And then over on the far left is blue.
Because that's the
Foxy Nicey
masochistic
Icy.
answer.
It's a masochistic. Cool. Alrighty. Topless men, good or not? Depends on the topless man. Like, because here's the thing. I don't want a topless Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby. Topless Sephiroth or topless Ryan Gosling? I can get down with that. I've seen Barbie. He looks good. Barbie is also unironically like one of my favorite movies from 2023. I absolutely loved it. It's a huge recommendation. So
Yeah, it was a good movie.
thank you.
Ah, goodbye.
Oh, hey, you're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because I know some, like, different people have different interps about it as well. Some people think it's like, oh, it's only just a silly women's film, but it's like, no, I think it's like really good. And they're like, is it woke agenda? And I'm like,
I think the Sephiroths want to be left alone.
yeah, at least, well, there's only one Sephiroth now.
Oh, okay, good. My god.
Vor him!
I'll take second.
God,
Vor him, Morse! Vor him!
you can't just say that.
Yeah, I can. See? Look at that. You bored him. What amazing PNGs. Aw. I'm really happy you said that, Kaputs. If you need to unwind from streaming or anything like that after going through Wizard 101, go right ahead. Ed, I would love to know what the fuck Wizard 101 is. Like,
Isn't it an MMO?
is it an MMO?
Yeah, I thought it was like...
Oh.
Ah!
That one feels annoying when it's just like, oh, here's a delayed attack. How are you still alive?
Sheer force of... What? Oh.
Oh.
Oh!
No. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
because it was from like the late 2000s, I want to say.
Came last. R&R. It's an old MMO that a lot of us played years ago. A wizard card game. No, that's... You say wizard card game, and the first thing that pops into my head is Magic
Chain
the
of Memories.
Gathering. What? Explain.
Chain of Memories.
No. Nuh-uh. We're not doing Chain
Wait,
of
how
Memories.
am I back in the thing already?
Because people have dropped out selecting different characters because I think they all want to go with the topless man.
Oh, we're doing the topless man gambit.
Hi there, Dazzy. Fuck him up, Grant. I'm
Hey,
trying.
Desi.
I'm trying, Desi. I'm trying.
I don't know if I have any
Have any what? Topless men.
topless men. I've got Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is my topless man.
Cool. You can play like an absolute. No, hang on. He's not a bear.
Monkey.
Monkey. Return.
Monkey.
Reject modernity. Return to monkey. Sitting down now to start exporting. You just got. Oh, okay. So, sorry, I probably can't join.
Oh no, D&D is no
so-
longer topless man.
Oh, what?
They have topless mans.
It's fun with friends. Can get a little dull if you're only soloing though. Oh, Kaputs, I absolutely understand you with that because many MMOs are very much a sake of they're built on, you know, it's fun with friends and such like that. And MMOs go through like different options on how they try to, because the mechanic of the MMO is it gets you interested in the video game aspect and tries to pull you in. Hey, Sashar's in the team, in the thingy-majiggy now. Yay.
Destroy them.
So with MMOs, it's like, you know, step one is obviously getting you to play the game. So you have to have good solo mechanics, and then you create these systems that are like encouraging for other people to play. And different people have different interpretations on how they want their MMO to do that sort of balance. Like World of Warcraft doesn't like moment to moment mechanics are really good. There's a lot of PvPing I see, and I just don't know how I feel about it, like, trying to attract people into getting into the systems beyond just dungeons and guilds and what have you. And I feel like that's it. That's the only thing that MMOs most recently have been doing as this is how we attract people to, you know, make friends in our MMOs.
Yeah.
So I've not seen like a different way of doing that besides like Guild Wars, having you're automatically in a group or something like that during Fates, or Warframe in the, you know, when you're in the like open world hubs or something like that, you see all these Warframes around you. And then they just randomly thingy. Alrighty.
I see Z.
Me,
Is he
Fighter,
in the waiting now?
I don't know why, but why isn't he Shadow?
Because Shadow's a trophy. An assist trophy.
I guess, but it looks so weird seeing Sonic with black fur and not being Shadow.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh. I knew my first right answer was jump. Ow.
Okay.
Don't look at my ass. I'm busy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that. I am so distracted. This is me needing to focus shortly. Oh, you mother.
Oh my god! Have a grape.
Oh my god, Sash got... I feel like Sephiroth is doing way too much work.
Ah, get away from that!
That was the hocus pocus.
Hocus you pocus. It's okay, Sash. I got this game on Tuesday, so we're about the same skill level.
Alright, here we go. It's gonna be very interesting once Z joins in. Because I beat Z one time out of like however many times, and then I sent him a message, and I had this shit-eating grin smugness, and it just had this moment of like Scribbly just being like, Oh, okay. Let's do this.
Way to cut what's off.
It's just like, all right, we're doing this.
I see the Mii fighter has 2 stocks.
Get out of the way so I can hit the Mii fighter.
I'm trying.
I don't know why you're
Jesus.
judging. Your name is literally ass.
Oh. There you go, you deal with them.
I'm trying. It'll be great if I don't. I am trying to even the score.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Yep. Oh.
Oh! Hello.
Ah, you move faster than me.
Uh,
There we go.
Alright, now this is a scary part.
This is the scary part.
The scary part begins.
I see, looks at. Ah, damn it! You exploited
Wait,
my
what?
snooze.
Wait, what the freaking? Wait, what? Wait, did you lose your jump there? I feel like you lost your jump.
oh.
Oh no!
You saw it on my menu. You have to have seen it on my menu. Oop.
Pokey pokey.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Did you want me in the VC? If you want to be in the VC, you're allowed to be in the VC. Let's get you in the VC.
They're in the waiting room.
Sephiroth.
Dad enters the room.
Hello.
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 I see you have a custom entrance noise.
I do, because I'm very cool and fancy and okay, good. I was like, where's my V? I forgot about my
I
PNG.
love
here.
the PNG too. It's
Oh, that
great.
is-
Ah, it's the porno one. I haven't used one in ages. I have. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the Family Guy one.
The what
Uh,
one?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I think it's whatever you gave to Zeebs that's still active.
Yeah. No, that's fine. This is fine. This is good. Everything's
No, it should
good.
be group mode. So, like, Fugi has... Like, I don't think I can set other people's defaults is the thing.
Hmm.
Like...
Huh.
Oh, I can...
I have this one in Fuji.
I can set this one into user default. Hang on a second. So if I go...
Oh God.
Oh.
My default.
Saki pickle.
Don't change it.
So, hang on. So change to... Customize, no over... What?
Log in quickly.
Hey, quickly, give Z a chance. He's munching on a pizza.
Oh my God. Change it. Yeah, change it to my default one. There we go. All right, I'm set to that. It's good. Everything's fine. No.
Revert, save. Oh, because I had a user override. Alright, no, I don't have a user override for Tatsu. Oh, cool, I'm not in this match. Nice. I can double check all my systems. Nice.
Like, did you hear about, like, I'm trying to promote topless men, and then Zeebs is like, nah, no thanks.
I don't know. There's three topless men in this one, so
What?
Is Ganondorf? Oh no, the Enderman.
Ganondorf is the only one who has clothes on. So
Is the Enderman a man?
No, I, don't
Targeted
think
for
so.
my ability to deal damage. This is.
Oh,
okay, bye.
Well,
got
to be
clapped.
fair, Beats
I'm
is the
fine.
random element.
I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just up playing random. So
I'm
No,
not
you
too
can't-
concerned
don't.
about everyone in the chat. I'm worried about Sash. Sash has only just updated the game. And she is in between
Alright, yep, goodbye.
some heavy hitters right now.
Let's topless
Get
men
out of here.
win.
Get out of here. That anvil bullshit.
Z is not one of those topless men, and so Z takes offense to that statement.
I'm not topless yet.
Oh, you're gonna
Hey,
pick
man, I
a.
just got here.
All right. fair
what?
enough.
What just happened?
You got in a cart.
and you didn't jump out.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, the Minecraft characters, it's silly.
I mean,
Yeah, you're in the card
okay.
again. Get out of the card.
Almost got it again.
They've learned my weakness, and so they're just gonna exploit it. My weakness is vehicles.
Of course, monkeys can't drive.
Is that your
Have you-
wake-up phrase?
Get
Monkeys can't
Ganon
drive?
neutral, Ed.
It's like, oh, I'm gonna be serious. Grease me up, woman.
Wait, was that groundskeeper
Oh,
Willie?
Goodbye.
Yeah, groundkeeper.
No, I'm
Willy.
fine.
Oh, I'm sure
Never,
you will.
never fight Ganondorf at the ledge either.
Yeah, I have some PTSD against...
Ah, yes.
Because there's a Smash Melee player that I was housemates with, and
Ooh.
they could play the
Got him.
heavy characters like Ganondorf and Cinnamoroar. So, like, see,
Oh,
so
magnet
when,
hands Ganon.
so when Scribbly is like, oh yeah, I play Ganondorf and all these others, I'm just sort of like, oh god.
Yeah, I get Ganondorf's my go-to heavy. Like him, like the man.
Don't know what you say politically about his policies, but you know, that's Hyrule's problem, and we're not in Hyrule.
Oh, okay, I got minecarded, but it's fine.
Tyra, you paid me to say you should be hero and only use
No,
down
no
B.
diamond.
I
Get it outta
recommend
here.
it For silly.
That's exactly what I'm doing, Kiaru. Have you not been paying attention to the last, Whatsamahoozy games? I am just hero, picking whatever my magic is, and giving
Yeah, I mean,
Icy PTSD every time Magic Burst comes on, because he's just like, nope.
Literally the stream title.
Yep.
Listen
Nope,
here,
goodbye, Sash.
Magic Man. You using your MMO mechanics?
My MMO mechanics? What do you mean my MMO mechanics?
BRB grinding 7 hours to get a drop. What
What the hell was that victory? Just a house being made real quickly.
Yeah,
House
it's a house.
bumps out. Amazing. The issue was I swapped controllers around. You've got it now. Okay. Sashera now has the player 1 controller, it seems. Oh hey, Alvirus is in the thingy-majiggy. Cookie
Yeah,
for Bookie.
yes.
MMO mechanics. Alrighty.
I'm trying to promote topless men.
Noted. I am going to be targeting you with Magic Burst if I can.
Ozzy is a topless man. I could just press the A button and win.
Listen, if you get caught in, what's it, a 10
Oh,
combo, that's your.
Jesus.
Why are we playing on this stage?
Jesus
oh
Christ.
my.
Really is. If you get caught, it's your own fault.
I'm just gonna...
I didn't pick this stage.
Neither did I. Excuse me while
Oh
I wait
my
for this to get much shorter.
Look, I don't know what the stages are.
Someone picked this.
this is-
This was in
I did.
someone's...
It was me. I don't know what the stages are. I was like, oh, that looks interesting.
Oh my god.
You know what? I figured it was you just because you were like, oh, I love Kirby. Great.
Yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it. I was like, oh, Kirby levels.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that'll be fun.
freaking god. Why are we in the Great Cave Offensive?
Because it's the greatest stage of all time.
Yeah, Kirby Superstar's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any Kirby Superstar
toasty.
slander
Ah,
here.
Jesus. What the fuck
Oh,
was
you just got
that?
uninstalled.
What the fuck was that?
Oh,
Alright,
I
Sash,
hope Morse
I
wins
see.
on
you and me,
Great
Sash,
Cave.
one-on-one. You and me, Sash, one-on-one.
I hope Morse wins on the Great Cave Offensive, please. Oh,
The Great Ape Offensive.
Oh my god, I don't even know what's going on.
Punches. Lots of punches. Oh! How dare you bring a sword to a punch fight?
Don't mess with the Japanese man.
I'm sorry, I'm messing with the Japanese man over here.
Have a grape. I can't remember what I called them.
Skittles.
Oh yeah, the Skittle.
Yes! Get fucked, Icy!
Yo.
Kill!
And you're
Ow.
dead.
Okay, it's more fun if we stay up here.
Yeah, this is the only part of the stage where we can
Aw,
do
you made me-
anything.
Sash, it would have been really
No,
funny if I
please, get back here.
kamikaze.
Get
That's what you
him!
were saying.
Get him! The ape is running away!
It's an ape escape. Ow, no.
Okay, just need him to touch lava.
Touch lava, get dizzy.
Okay.
No.
Bye, Grant.
Okay, there
I'm
we
still
go,
alive.
there we go.
What the fuck is this?
Going icy. Where you going, icy? Where you going, icy?
Oh.
Okay, Magic Man. We'll just leave you there, I guess.
Count 6 seconds.
No, he can count.
Holy shit! What happened there?
Whack. Oh, damn it.
Great, I'm stuck between a monkey and a Dragon Ball Z character.
Hey, just because it's made by the same director doesn't mean it's Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, but he really looks like Trunks, though.
Well, maybe Trunks just looks much like him. Have you ever thought about that?
Trunks came first. Sorry.
No.
I would agree with you if Trunks had not come first, before Dragon Quest. Which one is this one? 8?
Hang on a sec.
I believe it's 8.
No. So,
Yeah.
Hero, Dragon
Yeah.
Quest.
Yeah, Dragon Quest is older than is old, but actually Dragon Ball is really old too.
So,
But also Trunks came before this iteration of the protagonist.
So, well, okay. So the different Dragon Quest heroes you can look like are the default is Dragon Quest 6, and then there's Dragon Quest 3, then
No, it's
4,
6.
and then 8. So Luminari is the default at Dragon Quest 6.
Yeah, that's the one that looks like Trunks.
And
Or if you put him in red, he looks like Maximilian Pegasus.
oh my god, was Dragon Quest only released that? Oh, it's 11. Hang on a sec. I read.
Yeah, I was like 6. I was like, that doesn't seem right.
I can't read.
It's like one of them is from.
I can't read Roman numerals. It's fun fact.
Put me in, coach.
Days before the Super Bowl is released, or days you can see it in the Google Trends. Super Bowl teams coincide with how to read Roman numerals.
Great, I love it.
It just makes so much sense.
Hello, Sarai.
My controller is dead, so you're getting off, but I shall remain in spirit. Not to worry, Urne Zach. Thank you so much for joining in. Good luck with charging your controller. Mine is just forever plugged into this Switch.
I'm disappointed that I can't let people know I'm using tilt controls.
I know, if only. Give me Smash Brothers with motion tracking.
Wait, it was released on the Wii, right?
It didn't have it. We did no, Brawl did not have that.
I think we lost.
Oh.
Who did we lose?
Ally or yeah.
Yeah, they'll have another track. Full body tracking. Oh, here's the thing. I feel like people are gonna someone's gonna think, oh, in a VR game we should create a fighting game. It's not gonna work out very well because of just the very inherent problem that gamers don't want to do the fighting and shit.
And they've had games that have
Yeah,
done
exactly.
that.
I'm not here to fight.
If they were really interested, they would have, gone into boxing or some shit. But let's be honest, could you imagine Sonic Fox going into a boxing match?
Not probably, actually.
He actually would.
Actually, yeah, you're probably right, and it would look really fucking
Sonic,
baller.
for anyone else? No, Sonic Fox specifically.
He would box someone in his fursuit and still probably would.
No, well, I very much can imagine, a furry, in a... trying to come up with, the edgiest furry outfit to walk into the ring, but then obviously you take your head and the hands off and shit like that.
Nah, leave him on.
No,
Keep protection.
No, you become like King from Tekken.
Yeah, exactly. King from Tekken is exactly what you get.
Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Oh, god damn you. But
are you promoting furry UFC fights?
Yes,
maybe.
that's what the F in UFC stands for.
United
Twice.
Furry Combat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Works well. I would sponsor it.
Yeah, but I better see with items on.
Kaboom!
Good point.
Ooh, oh my god, what
That,
happened?
that almost killed me.
The only person that killed was me. Get carded.
Nine carded.
Oh, that didn't work out too well. Ah! No! Get off the motorcycle!
No.
No, he's a motorist.
Yeah, beep beep out of my way.
Keep out of my way.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna.
Who the fuck is Sans?
So are you?
Oh, jeez.
You gotta get that teleporting boy.
God damn it. Maybe I could have used Zoom then.
Oh my god, die! Stop!
Holy shit.
Ow! Alright, well.
Time to stand up straight, right, Z?
Oh, hello.
Nah, who is Deity out of curiosity?
Deity is just a
Someone
random
chat?
chatter. This is what
Yeah.
this is the intention. Ow.
Oh, I missed it. Input delay.
Oh.
It's weird how after so long they still haven't fixed this.
Could you?
Oh, they never will.
Yeah, let's be like. That's why Nintendo tried doing this. That's why there's been like so many different studios trying to be like, oh, we can create stylized fighters, and like every single one of them,
Yeah.
everyone's just sort of being like, oh, but it's not Smash Bros. And then they just completely forget like the only reason Smash Bros exists as it does is ow.
Woo.
The only reason Smash Bros exists as it does is because the game got broken like back in 2004 or whatever. They created training modules and shit like that, and no one wants to swap from that system to something completely different. It would be like trying to convince someone to go from tennis to badminton.
Rivals of Aether has a decent scene, doesn't it?
Sorry?
Rivals of Aether has a decent scene, doesn't it? Like a decent.
Rivals does,
level?
yes, and it's got Rivals
Yeah.
2 coming out, which is 3D, so
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty excited for Rivals 2.
Why not lovers of Ether?
Ah, the best version.
The
Yeah.
best version.
Best version.
Oh, see, no!
I'm good.
There are a number of VR games. One is even PvP, and it's hilarious.
Ugh, carded.
Drunken Bar Fight VR is hilarious. Oh, I haven't heard of that one before.
Drunken Bar Fight is very funny.
All right.
I like the game Fight Crab.
Fight Crab actually looked pretty good.
Like, what
Oh,
do you
damn
do
it.
with like a
Nah,
crab
done
that
it.
has like a rocket launcher and a scythe?
Are you talking about Crab Champion or some other crab game?
No, it's called Fight Crab.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Crab Champion is a different game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a different game.
Yeah, Crab Champion, the one I know, Crab Champion, that's the one where it's like Risk of Rain, where you start with like a basic like weapon or something like that. You go through like these stages, getting like buffs and shit. Roguelike. That's what it is. A roguelike.
Ooh, jeez.
I'll take that.
Jesus Christ, Z.
I'm still very high percent.
Oh,
Oh no. Can't drive through fire.
we're waiting for the motorist
not
accident.
always. I am one decent smash attack away, but it's still winnable.
Vor him.
I mean, I can. Sort of.
Chomp, 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 chomper. Yeah.
You were really.
They're asking for it. They're asking for a chomping.
Hey. Oh, you heal when you do that.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting. Truly forward.
Oh, I almost would have done it. You would a second.
Oh, I'm not playing right now, but my butt is clenched watching this.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Ah, one frame away from a dash attack. Damn it. So close.
So close. Good work. Nice work, Sans. fucking Wario's clapping. Wah. Oh, did you? I don't know who did this video, but someone did a video where it was like all the runner-up frames voiced or something like that. So you got to see like all the different characters with like actual sounds to the clapping and shit.
Mega Man's was the best one because they sounded like two tin
Clank,
cans.
clank, 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 clank,
together. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Love it.
What's Mahuzi? Donkey Kong was just like, He's just so enthusiastic. Monkey.
That was done by Game Grumps, so I'm fairly certain that Donkey Kong is just Aaron Hansen making
Not
those noises.
again!
What the hell? I thought you would.
All right, I guess I should have changed my course.
Yes, yeah. No, I love seeing I'm so excited to see the Great Cave Offensive now.
I'm glad that I'm exciting Z.
You know, I'm just gonna wait up here.
Oh,
I'm gonna
hey,
wait
look.
for everyone up here.
Hi, Sash. Oh, damn it, that didn't work.
Property.
For those who don't know, Kazuya is a sneakerhead.
Is a what?
I thought Kazuya was the guy from Like a Dragon.
No, that's
Oh,
cute. Well, because originally Yakuza was meant to be called Like a Dragon, but there were
There's no-
things in the way.
Come here, I'm gonna pet you. Into the sky.
Hello, how you doing, Magic Man?
Hi, Matt. Hi, Gold Suit. Ah!
Okay, just jump into the lava, why don't you?
No, thanks. I'm good. Ow!
Surprise.
You jump in the lava.
Oh my god, it's so
Ow!
awkward.
Fuck! Why do I keep jumping in the lava? Ow, Jesus.
I don't know, like, have you noticed like, it feels a bit weird?
Just a little bit delay, but I'm just gonna chalk that up to Nintendo. And I can see Morse just absolutely ready to clap.
Eye beams.
Ah! Thwack! No! Oh.
Sasha's over here just chilling with three stocks, so...
So is Icy. Don't think he is... Everyone is.
Oh, okay. I definitely thought I had been knocked out at least once.
No, you haven't.
No, now I have.
Okay, at least I can
been
remember the input for that.
Like, everyone's been knocked out, only what? Oh, there we go.
Okay, at least it responds to my input of Electric Wind God Fist.
Oh, because, yeah, fighting game.
Yep, okay.
Ah!
What the heck is going on?
Ah!
I am the Golden Man!
Thank you for allowing me to intrude. Get
Terrified
forward.
of the Golden Man.
The piss man. The piss man cometh.
Oh no.
In his golden suit, just pissing on everyone.
Oh, don't like that.
Yeah, kill him.
I'm gonna send to the principal's office.
Mr. Electric, send him into the principal's office and have him expelled!
Mr. Electric, kill him.
Nope.
You got killed by an electric. Okay,
You can't kill Isabel, that's against the rules.
but I can still snap their neck.
That's killing.
That
People die when
kills
they're killed.
things. People die when they are killed.
Oh.
That's
Damn
just
it.
awful. That is the
That is
worst ending.
Terrible. And you did it to Sashera, who doesn't even have all of their, characters. How could you?
Exercising that DLC privilege.
What do you mean DLC privilege?
I'm not going to kill her. I'm just going to cause her a life of pain.
Oh, and you kick her out of the game as well.
No, I get. Oh.
Look, you made her cry. You made Sashera cry.
Listen, my hobby is to see my friends suffer.
Ah,
Nope.
that's why you stream.
Yes.
Nope.
That's why.
After moderating for so long, they've decided we are going
What
to.
if we held hands as a treat?
Damn it, my brain is empty.
I'll tell you what.
We're
At
going
least
to.
I'm at least trying to do the inputs for Kaz.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, here we go. Oh!
And the first thing we see is a motorist going around killing people.
Out of my way. I'm a motorist.
Oh, thank you, Alvirus, for canceling me out of my kamikaze. It would have been real funny if I did. Oh, there we go.
No, not Dean!
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm alright. I'm still going. Oh no! I started my bike.
Just the long term seat.
Yeah,
Are you good,
That's
C?
right. I have my bike.
Oh, bye.
I was gonna bike my way back on so I didn't get edge guarded, but
Oh,
Not again! Stop doing that!
ah, Kiaru! Heroes together.
You're being defeated by some sort of chef.
Man,
he's defeated by gambling once again.
wait, is gambling your weakness?
Yeah, it's gambling's my weakness, and it's used by other people. Even it seems.
Classic Australians, weak to gambling.
Exactly.
That's why they had to all
I'm
move
just
it.
really bad at it.
Oop, here we go. Ow.
Oh!
Magic burst. I'm good. I'm fine.
Can we have people stop turning into bombs?
Why are you concerned? Nope.
And we got someone who's driving over the speed limit on the stage.
Oh my god.
Too slow.
Oh, no,
Yeah, I saw it in the menu. I was like, nope, no magic burst, thank you.
Oh my god!
I'm still good. I'm still here.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Great, there's 2 magic men.
what the fuck?
Oh, did you get metal slashed?
No, I think it was thwack. Oh my god.
Oh no.
You got blacked while you were stuck.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
I swear, like, it's gonna be one of those weird things where everyone picks Magic Man and use magic.
Your Zoom is no match for my motorbike.
Is it insured, by the way?
Yeah, that's how he keeps getting new
Wario
ones.
seems to have an indispensable supply of the. Oh no, I'm not getting whacked.
Big whack.
Slap! Yeah, the
It
slap
would be-
has greater reach than a sword. Work that out. I'm fine. I'm not. That's alright, I got another life. It's fine. It's good.
Good. Alright, here we go. I heard that fart. I heard the fart on the stream.
Yeah, but with reverb weaponized.
Alright, let's see. Is Kiaru going to be 2 for 0 against, or 2 for 2 with,
Oh, cackling.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it was a
Ah,
second
yeah.
too early. I couldn't count to 6.
Oh,
Well, that's stupid. I don't have any projectiles.
Well, technically you do, but it doesn't count as one.
damn.
Hey,
Yay.
Wario wins.
Good for you, Z. You won.
I did it.
Oh no!
I'm switched back to Ganondorf.
What is your talk emoji now? What is happening? Are you chewing on Kusaki?
You just look at
What's
my
it?
PG.
I swear I thought it was
Let's
just the
zoom
same
in.
thing this entire. That you are
you're voring him.
I don't think that's the end of your
You know,
boring.
I'll swap. You know what I will swap to? I'll swap to. It'll change in a second. I'll swap to the puppet, the Zuppet,
Zup
The
it.
Zuppet.
All right.
the Zuppet.
Oh,
got so
I
many good
recognize
ones.
that style. That's Sky,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's Skyline.
Yeah, I remember.
It's so good. I love it.
Yeah, they do great art.
Ploppies!
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, it was Metal Slash on. It was Metal Slash on Keklang. Because I was like, Keklang can't kill. Like you can't die in Keklang unless someone uses Metal Slash, and then it instantly kills you.
Oh,
I actually
should've
am
used-
questioning how many people are getting caught in my 10-hit combo.
Are you just pressing A at people? Stop. No, that's evil. Ah, a new player. I believe I will walk up to them and press A.
Look, it's been working on me so far, so...
If you're a new player, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I see here with knowledge of the game, like, if you can't get out of the 10-hit combo, you deserve to be hit.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh!
Sash, no!
I kicked Allie into it.
Ah, that's me dead.
That got removed.
Ah!
I can't even tell what's going on. No!
Oh, it wasn't me that fell off. Could you not?
Maybe I will. Oh my god.
Sounds like you should go to bed, Uranine.
Oh! No! Ah! You got me with a combo. Hi there, Hadvar. Welcome to the stream. Oh. Okay. I was about to say the disrespect, but it looks like Alvirus is holding their own. Ooh.
Being
Allegedly got missed.
Good work, Icy.
It's hard. It's very annoying to do the input for it.
I imagine, especially since you have to do it with a delay.
Yes.
Look how many KOs I was responsible for.
Yeah. Look how many deaths I was involved in.
Weird flex, but okay, sir.
Yeah, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Oh, I gotta show you a meme I found. It's like a comic where like
I do love
someone,
memes.
where it's like, oh, but Your Honor, look at this cute new fursuit he has, and it's like, sir, he's under trial for murder, and it's like, look, removable eyelids.
Oh my goodness, jeez.
Oh my god, I love that Sora skin.
Too bad kills don't equal winning. Oh, I see how it is. All right, which ones are? Uranizak's not even in this. Alrighty then.
I'll also say that when you like kill someone, if someone else slightly love taps them, they get the kill.
Oh, Morse! Nope. Ah, Jesus Christ! I am only.
Oh no!
I'm the only one responsible for that.
Oh boy. Serious slowdown.
Not. Yeah, I'm feeling
Go
it.
back over there.
Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
Oh, I'm so feeling it over here.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Z, have you seen Terminal Montage's latest video on Tears of the Kingdom?
No. Should I care about Tears of the Kingdom after this long?
I didn't know, because his latest animation has something interesting with Ganondorf.
Yep. Ah, damn it, I thought I could whack him. Oh my god.
Yeah, Suavemente.
Oh, okay.
Hey!
Oh! Must it? No.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, I didn't bounce it in time. Fuck it! Aw, damn it, it didn't even get someone killed. That's a shame, I thought-
Emotional damage.
I didn't even kill someone with a kamikaze. Oh, look at more spamming the bees neutrals. Is it going at normal speed for you, Morse?
It definitely feels like slow.
Oh, okay, cool. My good fun fact, if you stand still as hero, his shield absorbs all projectiles. Does it? I don't think it does.
It does the same thing as Link's shield. If you just stand there, the shield will block.
Everyone has a plan until they get hit once. Get some sleep, Ernezek, by the way.
Yeah, go to bed.
Look, I understand I'm probably not streaming at a convenient time for Americans, but that doesn't mean that I am going to be Cookie for Atomica. I am not going to be responsible for the Americans.
Oh! Wait, what?
Hey, you
Hold
won.
the fuck on! What?
You won.
What? You won!
Excuse?
Somehow!
Yeah, did it.
I was like, oh, that was a good. Wait a minute. Hold the fuck on. I'm still on the
match.
back.
Wait, I won.
Hopefully Sashera is still not crying.
I hate to see Isabel crying.
Old man Ganon comes back, rides again.
Time to Suavemente.
Oh,
It is
look at
always
that!
time to
Look at that! Icy is playing his Nintendo Sona Daisy.
Freaking, at this rate, everyone sees me as Daisy.
Yeah, that's,
You are.
you are.
You've gotten rid of the shackles of Mario and have embraced Daisy.
Oh my goodness, I swear, I need to get a thing where everyone's a Mario character.
I elect Donkey Kong, please, or Luigi. Oh wait, no, Z's already Luigi, aren't you?
No, Z's Wario.
Oh, I thought you were Luigi. Oh no, you're Waluigi.
Nah. I feel like I have to be Wario at this point.
Ah, damn it!
Embrace the Wario.
I accelerated to my death.
I love Acceleratle. It's so good. It never backfires. The Daisy / Peach matchup for Ganondorf is fucking terrible, by the way. Like, it's so bad. Ganondorf is at a constant disadvantage.
Eat your vegetables! Have them!
Get hit.
I don't even know what's going on.
Hit. Ow!
Oh!
That was such a slow...
Ah! No!
Ball.
Bonk.
I thought I
Get
could.
shield broken, idiot.
Ah!
Get
No, they-
shield broken again.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
Get
Jesus.
out of here. Really? You kicked the dog?
Ow.
Kick whoever I want, I'm cannon dog.
Okay, that's fine.
Ooh.
Ah!
Ooh.
Wait, how did I survive that?
I don't know. Die.
Ah!
Wind box.
Oh, I can't use kamikaze here. It's my last life.
No, you should use it. It'll be really funny.
Only when people are close to death. Ah!
Oh my goodness. Whee! Keep forgetting I can do this.
Oh, where am I?
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Oh, I'm defeated.
Oh!
Oh no, see!
I had no involvement in
No
that.
idea which way I went. What happened?
I
Nope,
don't
they're just
know.
they're just chilling. They're just chilling.
Have some vegetables.
Doing their thing. Doing their
Ugh,
thing.
ugh. Eat your
Girls are
vegetables.
fighting.
The girls are fighting.
I love how Erne Zach is giving tips on how to unlock characters in the chat.
Thank you, Renate. I clearly need some.
Yep. So apparently, to unlock Rosalina, this is probably for Sashera's sake. To unlock Rosalina, you can play classic mode with DK.
Rosalina.
Rosalina, sorry. Rosalina, you can play classic mode with DK, and then with 3 characters unlocked after him, he's unlocked after Pokemon Trainer using this method. Or you can just do story mode of World of Light, but World of Light sucks according to some people. I actually liked World of Light, to be real with you. I thought it was okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Look,
It's fine.
fighting games and their story modes, I always feel like they're worse than until the most recent COD. Fighting games with their story modes was about the same level as the modern COD storyline shit, like from Vanguard, World War I and shit. It's not really given too much thought. However,
Tekken's recent one was pretty good.
I was gonna say
It's not bad.
Nether Realms. I quite like Nether Realms' story mode for some reason.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely adored fucking Johnny in Mortal Kombat 1, though. I am him. I love it.
Give me
I do miss the story mode version from the previous Smash. It was basically just like
Sash, you good?
platforming levels.
Hey.
Get him.
Oh no!
Oh, thanks, a vegetable.
Vegetable.
Vegetables.
Oh no.
She's like, stock market.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true. It's the turnips. Oh my god! I can't believe you're proud of killing a dog.
Oh.
Good job, Icy.
Good work, Icy.
Listen, it's not the first time in game.
Wow! Holy shit! Cancel Icy immediately.
I stole the turnip. Smile.
Tekken 8 character stories are the best kind of goofy shit. I have not played any Tekkens. Do I need to play the previous Tekkens in order to appreciate Tekken 8, though?
I don't know.
Because, like...
No, Tekken... I can explain the rough story for Tekken. In a sense.
Oh, hey, look! Furry snake. Okay, you can't see it on my side, but he's wearing a leopard skin.
The leopard print skin, yes.
Yeah. It's so
Colonel,
it's
I'm a kitty cat.
It's crazy to
Meow.
think that like someone did a picture of Snake, Daisy, Ridley, and
Colonel.
Cloud, and it was just a case of like, you know, if you didn't have the understanding. Oh my God, Kiara, how did I get that?
Punch, get punched, get
My
punched, get
knees.
punched, get punched.
Kaboom!
Give him the old 1-2. I'm sorry, did you just like hug me to sleep?
Yeah, he just puts it's meant to be like he breaks their neck and puts them down, but
like a sleeper hold. Yeah.
You use it to
He just
set
cast
things
nap
up.
time.
In Smash Bros, it looks really goofy.
Yeah, thwack, bang. Ah, Jesus! No!
Nap time.
Ah, damn it.
No reading.
All right, fine. No reading.
Reading is forbidden in Hyrule from now on. No more reading.
No
Wow,
reading.
That was Ganon's evil plan.
To destroy all of Hyrule's
Destroy
library.
literacy.
Sizzle.
Yes. My God, it's like Florida all over again.
Amazingly enough.
Republican Senator Ganondorf.
Wow, you book burning.
No.
Stop throwing grenades. Oh, no, I'm sleeping. Don't talk to me, I'm napping.
No.
I gramped.
I did that to myself. I was hoping to hit you at just the right time.
Oh, that wasn't me that went flying off. All right, here we go. Read kaboom.
What?
Oh. Oh. That was a coincidence. You'll get me at some point. You won't count, but you will get me at some point.
Counting is also forbidden.
Ah, I would have gotten you with like the equivalent of Hero's stanky leg.
Stanky leg?
Is there a vacuum effect to the stanky leg?
Yes, the stanky leg has a wind box that draws people in.
I don't like these words.
Oh!
Oh, okay, I'm asleep now. Goodbye.
There, go say hello to your sleepy grandpa.
Go visit your sleepy grandpa.
Yeah, sleepy grandpa.
Kaboom! No! Oh.
Nope, goodbye. I just threw that axe as the average child versus a Republican senator.
This is how Z is just like around children, just giving them the 1-2.
My suspiciously agile grandpa.
Please stop praying for my grandpa. He has escaped the hospital. The doctors can't catch him.
Holy shit! I'm actually gonna change Ganondorf to like the old man version that has white hair. Hang on, I need to do this immediately.
That's a thing?
Yeah,
Ganondorf.
Yeah, there's a skin for Ganondorf that makes him look really fucking old.
Oh my god. You need a character with a command grab and a counter. Is that who you need, Hadvar? Oh, Kiaru's changing his peeps. Alright.
Where is it?
Oh no, I'm going up against
Yes.
Ganondorf.
Time for me to suavemente.
Alright, so...
Good news, I'm a child again.
Really?
Oh, what is this world? No.
You fools! You're like, oh, don't choose that level. Choose a different level. I choose a different level. Oh, don't choose that level.
Don't choose that. Oh my! Well,
cannot win.
Welcome to Smash stages, where unless you pick like actually out of like 10, people are going to be unhappy.
If it's not Final Destination, they're gonna be pissed.
If it's not Omega style, they're not interested. Is basically how it ends up going.
Just as I'm fine with any of them as long as hazards are off. That's fine. I literally don't care
Yeah,
anymore.
Yeah.
Gotta
Just
remove
turn
all of
hands
the
off,
Smash
you
Brothers out of the Smash Brothers game for it to be acceptable.
I haven't heard.
Oh no!
Welcome back.
Really? You walked into that?
And that's
What's going on?
That was good. Would you like some juice?
I had oomph.
Okay, okay.
Did you like get this shit off me?
I actually don't know how you get the thing off Inkling. Is it just over time, Z?
Snash is just chilling over there.
She has to.
Sash is just fishing.
There you go. Oh, damn it! I thought I could snooze. Ah, you got me.
Oh, I got actually. Apparently.
You somehow rolled out of the snooze.
I know how to dodge.
Icy is just too good at this. Icy plays nothing but Nintendo games.
Hey, listen, I play Monster Hunter.
That's a Nintendo game, I feel.
No, it
not
isn't.
Really, is it?
Capcom.
Yeah, Capcom.
Yeah. Why do I think Monster Hunter is a Nintendo title for some, like Nintendo like console title for some reason? But I'm like, no, I think most of the time it's been on PlayStation of all things as well.
Because Capcom was really big on Nintendo in like the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like all of the early Mega Mans.
Monster Hunter Ultimate is also
my God.
Nintendo.
Icy just hitting so much abuse on Sash Sarah.
Why you gonna bully Sash? What Sash?
Why
do
you gotta bully Sash?
She gets enough of that from Dazzy.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Get back here, beeps!
Maybe Sash is actually...
I just need my paint abilities. Please.
Sorry.
Maybe Sash is actually good at this. Because there's some moments where I'm like, this feels like very methodical.
I mean, Sash said that they needed to update. They didn't say that it was the first time they played it.
That is true.
Stop covering me in the inky take like goop. It's moving.
It's gonna be an uphill
Guess
battle for
gooped.
Sash.
Moving.
It's gooped?
Why does Morse keep cosplaying as a child? I don't know. It's just Morse and the randomizer. Don't ask me about the randomizer.
Yeah, that's true. This is all random.
The randomizer has deigned that you must be small.
Assigned child at birth.
Assigned Sean Jesus.
Oh, gosh.
But yeah, I've just been doing random, and I've only unlocked like 2 characters,
Yeah.
so my chances of child are high. Because I mean, now that I think about it, the 3 characters I unlocked were like Ness, Inkling, and another one, Villager, Animal Crossing Villager.
How is Sash gonna get out of this, honestly?
She's just going to take the punches, steal the punches.
Oh.
Simply steal the punches.
Just literally punts her from the heel. Just,
What the heck was that?
Wait, Z, have you played with Incineroar?
I have. I just don't like him as
Cat
much as
Barbara.
Ganondorf.
Okay.
But he is essentially furry Ganondorf.
I feel like Incineroar needs something.
He has something. He has the like timed wrestling move and revenge mechanic. Just it's one of those things where it's like you can tie hitting harder behind like extra mechanics and combos, or you can just give me a character who can neutral air for 20% and without any gimmicks, and that's Ganondorf. Ganondorf has one gimmick, and that is he hits you very hard.
Oh, look, it's Jigglypuff. Alright, let's see. What child does Morse play as?
Let's find out. It'll be a fun surprise. I'd also played Samus.
All right.
Samus was the one
That's
time
true.
I won. No,
That's
child.
another child.
It's okay. Allie's also playing a child.
Oh, I don't even want to say anything about this.
Ow, fuck you.
There's something about the I don't know how to say how to describe it, but the villager has like in Smash Brothers has very Francis energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just does things that
like look into the
kill you.
face of God. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you sure it's just the eyes?
It's no, it's not just the eyes. It's like it's also like they're just like all of their attacks are them just vibing aggressively at you.
Listen, I don't want to get hit by Francis if they swing at me with their PhD doctorate.
Yeah.
Sash, I have the same
doctorate.
experience, but with Tekken.
Imagine just pulling out your qualifications and you smash someone with it.
Isn't that how Phoenix Wright works?
Yeah, that's true.
I think
What? Like, watch out! I'm gonna swing at you with my food handlers.
My forklift certification.
Ah, damn it.
Oh no, that's my final smash.
Forklift certified.
Ah, damn it.
Watch it. It's like liquor license just throws bottles of alcohol.
There we go.
But here's the thing, Atomico. I actually am forklift certified.
Be cautious of the forklift certified individuals. They have unknown powers.
I could be, but I just can't.
No,
whisper to get
Kyaru!
into the test.
Oh yes, we should also congratulate Z on making it into V first.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Oh,
congratulations.
I have had, thank you. I have had so many. You don't need to. I have had so many.
I have technically
Because
already just like sent the direct message and everything.
You were the second person.
Really?
One person was in my Discord, and then you were like the very next message, and I had literally just opened the trailer when you sent it because I did not know. No one knew until the trailer dropped. So it was like, you're in FIFA. I'm like, I'm what?
Yeah. I was working from home when the announcement went off, so it was like, okay, yeah, granted, it's like, obvious prime time I'm in the US, but it's like only because I was working from home. And I didn't apply for round 3 because I was in this sort of headspace of like, rather than seeking the validation of rather than trying to seek the validation by being in a team and such like that, I should figure out like, oop, damn, that was lucky of you. I should try and like find my own ways of improvement when I can.
Yeah, I think that's honestly a very mature way as well of looking at it. Because
because if I didn't feel,
it's not like
oh goddamn you, Iovirus! You made me use my
counter
magic.
burst.
Counter of magic burst is don't be part of magic burst. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's a team at the end of the day. It's also not like a instant ticket to everything. But it was still like out of 2,000 applicants, it was more that idea of like I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah, and like the way I've seen the VFur group and such like that is that, like, yeah, it's picking things that he's interested in, collaborating with and such. Whiskey Dingo in this case. So, and as more people come in, there's going to be, like, some word of, like, oh, other people might be interested in such. But I think it's also a case of, sure, he's grabbing partners, and then he's also grabbing affiliates that I feel like are, worthy of the... Oh, did I? No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's like, there was one person who it's like, I was like, oh, I haven't heard of them before. And it's like, yeah, they had like 600 followers. I was like, oh.
Yeah, there was...
but also I was like very stoked, like, that's cool though. Like, I'm very stoked that, like, some quote unquote smaller streamers have like are included in that. I'm like, yeah, no, that rules.
Yeah, so there's this mix of like, you know, the people in VFAR are a case of he's obviously believing that these are people who will put their best foot forward and serve as exemplars of the furry community, either as, you know, the IRL furries like there is with Inverted Bolt, or the VTubers such as yourself, or Starboy. Oh yeah, and the such.
Old man's here.
Oh no, Grandpa,
Yeah.
Granddad.
I was thinking, I'm like, is it on the nose to refer to this Ganondorf as you know what, I'm not going to. Nah, no, I had a worse name in mind.
Okay.
It's a gilf.
Oh god.
Ganondorf.
We have now reached our maximum allotment for talking about serious subjects. We are now back to just furry bullshit, such as, can Ganondorf be classified as a gilf despite no sexual nonsense in Nintendo allowed?
I don't think I think people want to fuck Ganondorf. I don't think he wants to fuck.
Yeah. And the way I see it is,
I don't think he has any interest.
and I feel like it's one of those cases as well, like, the few times Nintendo decides to bring us lore and shit like that, like, for example, oh yeah, Ganondorf is a Gerudo or whatever, and it's like, but the Gerudo are a women-only race, and then they're like, oh, once in 100, like, you know, years or something like that, there's an opportunity for a male to be born, and it's destined that the male will be, like, king and all those great things, and I'm like,
An asshole.
because of the timelines, it almost sounds like as if Ganondorf is the only one that ever becomes born. And
Yeah, it literally is the thing. It was like every time there's a Gerudo king, it's like, why is it? It's like, oh fuck, Ganon's back.
the
women
are
G-Money's
just
back again.
Yeah, the women. I mean, the tribes are just looking at this and they're just still like, listen, Sasha, so, are you really certain? Like this one right here? Are you sure? Oh, no, he won't be evil. No, I get that. You're not going to raise him poorly or anything like that, but given our history, you know...
Yeah, it's not you. It's literal destiny, apparently.
It's destiny.
For some reason, whenever I think of Ganondorf, all I can think of is the scene from Doctor Strange where it's like Dormammu. Instead it's just Ganondorf instead of Dormammu.
Has there been a
Ganondorf,
canonical...
I've come to bug. Why did I just run into that? I thought it was going to dash attack.
You know how...
Oh no.
Like, because with Mario and such like that, ever since Super Mario 2, it's sort of been a canon thing of like, oh
I don't know what just happened.
like everyone in Mario is
Ganondorf
like just
has super armor on that, so you did not actually break it.
Oh.
Because of the way Super Smash, or sorry, not Super Smash, but Super Mario is run and such like that, ever since Super Mario 2, everyone is technically like on stage and shit, so the games like Mario Tennis and shit are canon. And it's just like, oh yeah, Bowser
It's all
just
just big.
whooped. Yeah. Imagine
It's all a reality show. It's all reality. It's the equivalent of reality TV in the Mushroom Kingdom. Ow.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Grandpa got smacked.
Oof, that was good. Is there been a
When
game
Rico's,
like that for Zelda where it's just been a slice of life thing and it's just sort of like, wait, hang on, is Ganondorf just fine with Link?
So I actually maintain that the best Zelda adventures are the ones where Ganondorf is nowhere to be found. No, I am serious. Link's Awakening, amazing like Zelda game, fantastic story.
Isn't he the pig,
Majora's
though,
Mask,
in Link's
really
Awakening?
good.
Isn't Link's Awakening the one with the pig who is Ganondorf?
No,
Sorry.
No, it's the one.
no,
with
Ganon is literally just not there.
Oh.
I'm just imagining a dating game where if you try to date Ganondorf, it just shows you he's blind and it's just him constantly thinking, fuck, I wanna fuck Link.
Link's Awakening is the
God.
Windfish one. I don't play Link. I don't play Zelda games, okay? The only ones I've
Link's
played have
Awakening?
been Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And apparently both of those have shit dungeons, and I'm just sort of like, these are the only dungeons I know.
I would actually say they're all right. I wouldn't say they're shit. Some people they're very different to the other Zeldas, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Can I just say the only Zelda game I've technically played is The Legend of Zelda Hyrule Warriors?
Is that a slice of life? I don't know.
It's not a Sunday Joke, it's a Dynasty Warriors parody.
I
It
know,
is not
like,
a
it's
slice
like in
of
my head, I'm
life.
like, does that count as slice of life? It's different to the other Zeldas, at least.
So, like,
Cadence of Hyrule.
I think I made Emperor.
Let
Emperor
me-
was like hot in that one.
Ooh, this one feels more responsive for some reason, but it's
Less lag.
input lag.
You've banished all the US players.
Like,
Well, what is it? Frankito did say that there's a message in chat saying I think they were playing from Argentina, so that will that'll do it.
Oop.
Granddad.
Granddad.
Granddaddy.
Look at him with a stanky leg! Oh, god damn you! Oomph!
Ow.
Ow, no.
It's just rhythm.
Persona.
You're the
Good. Thank you for killing him. He did not deserve to continue living.
How did I do that?
Did I do that?
Eat gun.
Oh, I'm playing against both Icy and Z. They're gonna be out for me.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
I'm literally just trying not to get like fucking ping-ponged here.
Hey, Starline.
Whoa, what was that?
How did I do that? Aw, gosh darn it, Sash. You deserve that. Get ready for kaboom!
I wanted a stanky leg. My ledge! Get out of here!
That's my ledge! I needed to use it!
I like stinky ledge.
Good. Get out of here, Joker.
Psych up.
Go.
Please fight me at the ledge, Icy. Please, you know you want to.
Maybe at the ledge in 5 minutes before the ass kicking.
Exactly. I will definitely not hold you.
Oh my god. Nah. Nah, eat gun.
Time for oomph! Oh, oomph!
Ooh. I'm fine.
Oomph! Oomph!
Oh, nice, a crit. Slap!
Oh my god, how did I make it back from that? I'm actually surprised.
Joker's got his Shinigami out, and I'm worried.
Yeah.
You mean ascend? Whoa, what was that?
Oh!
Whoa!
Totally ascended, Jesus.
Yeah, that was
back to the fucking home.
that was actually kind of funny.
A great home in the
was
sky.
funny.
Well, I actually
You
did.
dead grandpa.
Oh, hi there, Sky. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you made the Zuppet.
This is
Oh my god, I just remembered. Did anyone post a comment to Elmo's tweet when he was like, Elmo's wondering, how's
That's how you all
everyone?
do it. Everyone was like, bad.
Everyone just piled onto this. And it wasn't until the next day when Elmo was like, it's great that everyone's talked. Sometimes it's important to talk with your friends. And everyone just had this moment of, oh, Elmo is 3. We just trauma dumped to a 3-year-old, essentially. And then fucking Wells Fargo or whoever the fuck bank tried to be like, oh, how's everyone doing? And everyone's just sort of like, you're not Elmo.
Oh,
Silence
you
brand.
solved the problem.
Ugh.
Stanky leg.
I mean, and of course, then there's the Jordan Peterson response.
Jordan Peterson, I do not understand. Like, is he just like is he turning into the fucking Unabomber or some shit, or does he just not like Elmo?
No, he is just
Grandpa
fucking
wins.
unhinged. He's so unhinged.
I mean, Larry David, I learned today, attacked Elmo over this.
That one, I feel like is a skit
What?
from fucking Curb
I
Your
want it to be a
Enthusiasm.
bit, but I don't think I think people were like, "Is it a bit? Is it not a bit?" I don't think it was rehearsed.
Okay,
I just don't think the United States is okay.
that's entirely true.
Look, the United States
All
is
of it
not
was
okay,
okay.
but that's for a whole slew of other reasons, okay? Texas thinks they're being invaded, okay? They are...
Yeah.
There's all
yeah,
kinds of
like, you know.
nonsense. Also, thank you for the hyper himbo, Atomica. Tatsu, how dare you steal my shirt?
Good news, I'm a different child.
Listen, I still hyper himbo and I had to let everybody see that himbo.
One. Go.
Oh my god, what is with the speed? Oh yeah, because someone's from the Philippines.
Argentina.
Watch as I snooze.
Oh my god, 5 seconds to 5 more seconds, Mom, was not what that meant.
Oh god. Oh god, this is terrible.
God,
Jeez, Nintendo, please. I'm just gonna live over
They
here.
love peer-to-peer connections.
Oh.
Yes.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna actually think about this and sizzle. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Please, I'm just trying to sit for 5 seconds. Okay, well, this isn't happening.
Oh.
I'm looking into the future.
You're not Shulk.
Look to this. Kamikaze!
Oh, stay away from that!
Aw, no one died.
Oh my god, this is so awkward.
Oh my, do not hit me with the gap.
Oh my god! Nope.
No, not me.
No, no, blue.
Eat gun!
Boom! I had Magic Burst available as well, but... No! Oh my goodness. Oh my god, the speeds! Call this match 3 high school boys fighting over their crush. The crush also wants to fight. The crush, yeah. Oh, I see.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Isn't that just like a like Rule 63 Scott Pilgrim?
It is a reverse Scott Pilgrim. You are correct. Oh my goodness. The issue with speeds like this is like, oh, you can almost like kind of anticipate what you need to be doing next. But because of the input lag, you're just sort of like, nope, you're committed to whatever button you pressed.
Man, I feel like I'm watching season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Kingdom.
I feel like I'm watching the worst part of the Dark Souls mechanics. Just all
That's
this
a good
wind
point,
up.
Hadvar. It is in fact just normal Scott Pilgrim.
He cast Ega.
I see. Can you just die? Oh wait, hang on. Oh, never mind.
Oh my god. So awkward.
Oh my gosh. We're being molded by the ping yet again. Oh, finally.
Got it.
Oh man, I still can't play as Joker. I don't get how people could play as him.
They don't do it online, is my guess.
Mm.
You get Arsene, and then you win. And then you lose Arsene, so you just get Arsene again, and then you win.
You get asked in.
You get asked in.
Oh my god, this is loading. Could you imagine, like, what the diagnostic tools would be telling us at this point?
Just screaming. It's just
Lot of
constantly
info.
screaming.
It's just being like, no, we're dropping that packet. No, we're gonna work on that later.
Why can't I hold all these packets?
It's just like,
Bad news, monkey.
Finding out the character you picked are low tier. I don't know how I feel about quote-unquote tier charts, especially since, like, Melee has just ruined... Where the fuck am I? Oh, there I am.
You don't look at Melee's tiers because of how it works.
Oh, I almost kamikaze Sash. It would have been funny.
I feel like Magic Man has a one-trick pony style. Yeah, Melee was the GameCube one.
Yeah.
But even when I try to play Melee, I just can't get the hang of it.
Yeah. It's because it's one of those cases of everyone that's learned it has had to, like, spend years. It's the difference between playing chess and playing chess in a tournament. Some people, like, I can play chess. Let me be real with you. But I don't think I could play... Oh, Jesus. I don't think I could play chess in a reasonable format.
How do you think I feel when I just dedicated all the time to Mario Party instead?
I feel like you wasted your time.
Oh!
I used to like Mario
Sorry, I should
Party,
not have
whatever.
been so harsh.
Oh
Let me
my god. Says the freaking Final Fantasy 14 Andy.
Hey. I just underestimated how long it would take to get that shit done, okay? And there is no disappointment in Final Fantasy 14. People are still playing it.
Yeah,
It's
that's true.
traditionally acclaimed as an MMORPG. You can play
It's
up
free up to level
70 with the first 2 expansions free now.
Yeah, so first two. So you get Heaven's Ward and Stormblood.
I'll tell you what, I am waiting for you to get onto Monster Hunter World, and then you'll see me.
Yeah, I'm already on Monster Hunter World.
Yeah.
Did y'all disconnect? What's going on?
No, you're...
That you... Wait, what?
Well, this is just
I
me
don't know.
rolling into Sasha Grave
Yeah,
and then just
I've just been like,
standing there.
yeah, both of you just standing there.
Yeah, because
Man,
we're
it's
biding our
annoying.
time. We're trying to use
They're
strategy.
camping you. You're the only one who has to get close.
Like that.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I'll tell you what, the skills I picked up on Mario Party is pretty much adaptability and fast learning.
Yeah, I feel like that's board game talk right there.
What's that supposed to be?
So,
Listen,
when it comes to, like, because at my work, we're filled with nerds in the technology department. And one of the things that goes
Gross.
off on Thursdays that I should really get a part of a little more often is board game night. There is a huge difference between, hey, I just want to have drinks and play board games and such, and the person that's like, hey, so I just got this brand new game on Kickstarter, and we're going to give this a try. We're not going to be playing Catan. They have tried every other board game. And unfortunately, because they've tried every other board game, they unfortunately understand, like, the overall mechanics. It's like the difference of a gamer that tries all the different kinds of things and a gamer that has played every first-person shooter and then goes, hey, you want to try out this new first-person shooter? There's going to be a different feel in terms of, like, quality of play.
I'm someone who likes to try a bunch of different board games, but I do not remember any of the mechanics for any of them. I have to relearn them every time I play them.
That's great. I wish I could do that.
Like, the one board game that I recommend is Betrayal on the House on the Hill. Because no matter what your strategy is, it gets blown out the instant the trader is revealed.
Oh!
I
that one,
recommend
yeah.
the Stardew Valley board game. It's a pretty good board game.
I had one more
I own
life
that.
left, and I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I thought you were just biding your time.
Well, the good news is I get to play in the next match.
Punched.
So,
I have a bunch of Kickstarter tabletop games. I have not opened my Kickstarter. Was it Throw Burrito?
Monkey. You succeeded at monkey. And you got Sash tilted. She's like, heck me, I was this close. If you feel confident in the voice chat, Sasher, you could always like jump in and then start shit talking Morse to try and throw him off his game.
I fight for my friends.
Morse is like, I have a game?
I have a game plan? I have a game plan.
My plan, my plan is hit things sometimes, and that's it.
Down B.
Duck hunt.
Goodness.
Oh my god, what the hell?
I love exploding kittens. I accidentally bought the not safe for work version of it though, which is kind of weird.
Wait,
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't know it was a thing till I opened it up and played it with my parents.
Whoops.
And me and mum were like,
Nice.
I thought this was meant to be like a wholesome kids game, and why is this cat now pregnant shooting babies out of its ass?
Amazing.
Oh, okay, that's weird.
Beautiful.
Oh Jesus! Oh god damn it! I did it again. I'm getting
what
distracted.
the heck is going on?
I'm getting distracted.
Is it Unstable
Look.
Unicorns a similar game to Exploding Kittens? So?
Yeah, it sounds like it's just a like the VIN number of it. Also, Ripper. That's why I'm also Squirrel, because then I can just back on that. Oh, rabbits are overrated. Okay, well, Squirrel Tail always wins.
We'll see you say that, but what is Exploding Kittens but a rework of Russian Roulette?
I don't know. I haven't played Exploding Kittens, so I just assumed it was Munchkin.
You didn't even let me read the book. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh my freaking god.
Jesus! Goodbye, Pupper.
Oh damn it! I didn't have enough MP to do the thing.
Get enough!
Grandpa, no!
Grandpa, no!
Doing Zeebs. I'm confused by what you're doing.
Oh, oomph! There we go.
What?
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Icy has a burrito, apparently?
Burrito? Burrito?
There we go.
Oh, I think that. See, I thought it was a burrito too. It's a hand force feeding them a lemon.
Lemons are great.
Ah.
Yeah, I originally thought it was them like chomping down on a burrito as well.
Oh,
Oh, whack!
Deleted Grandpa.
wow.
Yay!
Wow.
Gambling wins again.
Woo! Gambling beat Z.
I lose
I am not
to gambling
surprised.
again.
I'm not surprised.
Oh my god,
Incredible.
6P. I'm sorry, Alvarez, for taking all.
Absolutely deleted.
Clip it. Oh my god.
Alright, hang on. I'm changing them. Grandpa's been deleted. We can't go back.
So this is how it feels to chew 5 gum.
You just explode.
This is what the platforms wish they could do. This is what Sportsbet and Ladbrokes and all the other gambling sites wish they could do. This. The randomization and just being like, oh, thwack. Waiting for battle to start.
I think we've lost Ellie.
Oh yeah, Elvira's dropped out. Icy has a burrito? I thought it was a fist. No. That's a... So, right now, someone is fisting Icy a lemon.
Someone is fisting Icy.
Icy a lemon. That's words.
Don't word it that way.
Definitely word it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, do you not fist a lemon every day?
Oh my goodness. Freaking
Fisting a
Every
lemon
day.
a day keeps the doctor away.
Every
go
day I
spoil
open
watermelon.
fist a lemon into the VHS slot.
There we go. It's 6 a.m. here, don't judge me. It's fine, it's fine. You were almost correct. It's just not a burrito, it's a lemon. Icy has some very strange tastes, okay? But it's okay, we don't fault him
Egg
for it.
collision sound? Who am I? I'm the rat. Gotcha.
Also, lemon's pretty good. You have like a little sugar next to you, sprinkle some sugar on top of the lemon as well before you bite into it. That's it.
Ow. Ow.
No!
I feel like they nerfed Ike in some way.
Ow.
Sash, do you need this collision sound for a reason that I think I know?
I'm sorry, whoever was Pikachu, because I held you in front of the attack.
That's
How
called
dare you.
strategy.
No, that was unintended.
Hold on, I must defeat Magic Man.
Come on,
You
jump.
defeat- No, I'm not dealing with that. Get counted.
Get countered.
Where's Leslie?
Also, are you a sock puppet?
You can't just ask someone if they're a sock puppet.
Listen, I get asked all the time what I am.
Oh my god, Icy has 3, like, fucking
Yeah,
stocks.
yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, beat his ass!
Oh, what?
I counted.
Now he's got 2.
Stop planting things all over the stage.
It's not Earth Day!
Continue planting things wherever.
The bomb has been planted. Sometimes I try to figure out how do you counter a fireball?
Punch it in the face. If I learned anything from Chris Redfield, just punch
Ow. How long were you holding that?
I saw it and I didn't want to go near it. Okay, that's not what I want!
Oh, you got me out of the magic
No,
burst.
no, I don't want any of that, Magic Man.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Oh, that didn't... Ah. Alright, well, you gotta deal with him, Sash.
I like how me and Sash have similar playstyles. I'll just stand around, see what's going on, maybe go in every now and again for a punch.
Could you get all the Dragon Quest protagons together and call it a Zoom meeting? Maybe if we all decide to do Zoom and see what happens.
Yeah.
Grant, I need a funny
Zoomers.
egg collision sound effect. An egg collision?
Egg
I think I know what it's for.
Like just someone going, egg!
That,
Egg. Isn't that a seal that's
What?
doing that? The egg. 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 Egg.
Yeah, it is a seal.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Could not begin the battle. Could not begin the battle. Hello?
Wait, what?
but who
It just says could not begin.
Oh,
Okay.
now it does.
Okay. Okay.
Cool shirt, mine now.
Wait, what's the problem?
I don't know. Did
We don't
not
know.
say what the problem was.
Alrighty, you got Noodle Girl, Roy, Snake. Oh, Roy? You're Roy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Roy's our
Roy.
boy.
Oh my god, you
I'm
hit
here to
so
fence.
hard. That is, I don't know. Ooh,
Oh.
that was a bit painful to watch. Should I do a cracking or a squeaky sound? You need to do a cracking sound, but unfortunately, eggs just have a very... Eggs aren't
I
loud.
was trying to counter that, but that was really bad.
People got tired of me being over here, huh?
Eggs aren't allowed.
Oh.
Oh, it's getting... Does it not like that we've been
It
doing
is.
this for like 3 hours now? And it's
No,
just like...
Leon, remember, is in... Oh, Morse is in US.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Leon, are you on a wired connection by any chance, Skyline? Because if you're not, that may do it.
Wired
Yeah,
connection
wired versus wireless makes a
worse?
difference always.
Thank Christ
Is
I'm not
wired-
wired.
I
Worse
was
sound?
playing wireless and we
Yeah.
had too many troubles.
Yeah.
Wired should be a more stable connection, because like it's...
I mean, it's possible that the internet in the location's bad.
Who knows?
Maybe they
Well,
live in-
two
in the
two
middle of a
Americans and
forest
two
or
Australians.
Yeah. It may also just be that, like the two different.
Oh my god, alright, well.
The
Wives
most-
for me.
The most I can recommend for you, Sashara, in terms of finding an egg noise is just go to the instant soundboard site, type in egg, and depending on what
I got
you
a
find...
freesounds.com.
Freesound.org.
Thank
It's
you.
actually amazing. Morse got me
Yeah,
onto that, and I was
Freesound-
like, oh.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah. No, freesound.org is absolutely fantastic.
Freesound.org?
Yep.
I believe so. Yeah.
Alright, have I visited this before?
I mean, if you look at like indie games, like half of them have it in the credits. So.
I have an account with this site, what the fuck?
I have no memory of this place.
I have no memory. I have one password, and it's just like, hey, you want to sign in with this? And I'm like, what?
Memory unlocked.
No,
Core
memory,
memory.
not unlocked. The memory is about as strong as Solid Snake's sanity. It is not there.
Have a laser. Ah! Hello, I'm over here now. I've joined you.
Ooh, it's feeling a bit quicker. What do you mean by what? Okay, so wired is with, like, say, an Ethernet connection. So, for example, I have the third-party Nintendo Switch dock, where not only does not only does it have like the classic HDMI port and power port for the Nintendo, but you got a USB-C port, you got two USB-As, and an Ethernet port. Because turns out the Nintendo Switch already had the drivers for Ethernet connections, and yet they've never like put it in on the normal
thing up there.
Nintendo.
Oh, holy shit!
The OLED one, I think, has an Ethernet port built into it.
Yeah, it does. But the thing is that Ethernet was a thing before the OLED.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, so
They were keen, they were very keen to get away from the Wii U as quickly as possible.
yeah. So,
But if you can still buy a new dock, but it will have the Ethernet port in it. I still have the old dock, so I actually have the what is it? The LAN adapter that I have to connect to it.
Yeah,
so
I
can
have the
plug
old
it in.
dock too. I
Yeah,
have
but-
the AC adapter, the USB, and the HDMI out.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that you needed to have the driver within the Nintendo Switch in order to like function with that is the thing. Because like we've since moved to x86 architecture. It's not like they had like an entirely different processor inside the Ethernet adapter, so then that way can do the internet shit. What in the world? Another raid? Hi, Metal Kobold. Oh my goodness!
Hey,
It's
we
an
love Metal
Australian
Kobold.
from North Queensland. They were playing War Thunder. Welcome to the stream. This is very far from War Thunder. I do like War Thunder a little bit. Housemate in the past got me onto it.
How many classified documents did you leak this week?
Oh my goodness.
It's been 0 days since a leak.
Yeah, what's more is I've seen it on TikTok. I don't know how I got onto this side of the TikTok fandom, but the most recently I've been seeing TikToks of congratulations War Thunder on revealing the next tank you're gonna release or something like that to help you out, and then they just fucking drop the classified documents, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Amazing. Great.
It's just
Yeah, said Sash and Egg Smash then.
Hi there, Masonic. But yeah, so it's just so funny because it's like, oh, I hate this side of the internet, and we've all gone into this because of YouTube and shit when we started making money on the internet as an individual. But we've started this whole nonsense of putting skin in the game kind of shit. Oh, Sky exited for something. Okay. But yeah, we've now entered into this whole like, yes, I grew up from like 90s etiquette where it's like, you don't tell them your name, you don't tell them how you're living, you don't tell them anything that is unique to you and shit like that. Hence why you see this. I'm not a 7-foot zebra in real life. Maybe.
Wait, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
No. How are you not a 7-foot zebra? How could you lie to
Lord
them?
knows. But yeah,
We've been lied to.
this is how I prefer the internet to see me and such. And while I might have, while I might have like, just so much IRL shit I'll talk about and such, it's always like this thing that work talks about, which is like the whole depersonalizing the information. So it's something where it's like, oh yeah, this can exist in real life, but it's not enough to like point to you as an individual. Like, I'm not saying I'm a CEO of anything or that I own a share in the lines or whoever the fuck. But yeah, this is how I've grown up and being taught to utilize the internet. Whereas ever since YouTube and they've allowed you to make money as an individual, I feel like more people have been like, yes, I will literally dox myself in order to give myself authority as I prove a point as to why this French tank is not functioning as I say it should.
Yeah.
So, Free Sound won't let me make an account. I wonder if I can send an invite then. Why do I have Free Sound? How long ago did I have this account?
It'll tell you.
Where?
Somewhere. It'll tell you when you register.
Somewhere.
2 years ago. Fuck you. Ow, ow, Z.
Ooh, Mario.
Oh, I'm in between two problematic people.
Great, I'm so sad.
Why are you so sad?
I just realized I missed our 1 year anniversary. So sad.
My what? Sorry?
Our 1 year anniversary. I've been following you since January 18th last year.
My brain has gone empty. I feel like a toilet has just flushed through it. So, wait, a 1 year anniversary to what?
Follower anniversary of them following you.
Oh! Thank you, Z. This is why you're a V-Fur, is you remember these things.
No, I was just listening.
I'm listening
That's
too,
true.
but I'm not
That's
listening
true, yeah.
successfully is the problem.
Oh,
Yep.
oh, everybody.
Roy deleted.
Yeah.
I see Z's methods. He's either like whacking someone out of existence or blowing himself out of existence.
No! Fuck! I always do that. I do that every time.
Oh, the side B.
No, yes, but I meant to do the up B. But if you keep pressing it, the input delay keeps assuming you want to do dancing blade and not up B. So it keeps doing like side B, and you don't recover all.
Yeah, I understand.
Fucking abysmal. I hate connection problems on Roy, and yet here I am. Die!
Here we are.
Die! I have to make up for lost ground.
You can do it.
I've been grabbed by Luigi, and I'm about to take 57%.
Stop throwing me, please.
That's the thing. You've been grabbed by Luigi. You're about to just take 57% damage instantly.
Bang.
Eliminating someone so I get a better connection speed is better for me.
Oh, no.
Oh, god damn it, shield, too slow. Oh.
Oh,
How did it? Oh. Ow,
yes!
God damn it. No.
Up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Oh my god, this...
Ow, no.
Not what I wanted to do, but I'll take it.
Oh.
No, you can't boom kaboom me.
Oh!
Gotcha.
That was
Counter.
a good reflect. That was amazing.
I knew you would do it. I knew you would. You couldn't resist. I hadn't used it
You're
all
right.
match.
You're right. I wanted to. I was like,
I literally aimed at you, going, he will not. He will want to finish it. I can do this.
good game.
Oh, I love counters. Everyone hates them, but I'm like, no, you got to use them at the right time, and then you win.
Oh, that was amazing.
There's the people that don't even know how to use counters properly.
Oh, I love counters.
Hello.
Just didn't want to cause a glitch lag. Oh, okay, fair enough, Skyline. Thank you so much.
Oh, we got the entire furry brigade.
Oh, look at that.
Ah, yes.
The average Furcon, a Proto-Gen, Isabel,
Amazing.
Pokesona.
All right, place your bets. Who's gonna win? I think. You know what? I reckon the robot's gonna win.
Look, he's got lasers for eyes.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to
Did
pick up this.
someone meow in the game?
Yeah, that's the cat boss
Oh.
in the background.
Oh.
It's Morgan.
It's Morgana, yeah.
Sash, you good? She just jumped off the ledge.
Yeah. Welcome to that nice little
Fine.
time.
Join.
You good, Icy?
No, I'm not.
Are you dying, maybe?
Not really. Like, I try to play as Roy in Melee, and it sucks to do dancing play.
Okay, so Roy went in Melee when was awful.
Yeah, that was terrible.
It was absolutely awful. In Smash for Wii U, he was okay, but like he was DLC, and everyone felt like he wasn't worth the money. So for some reason, to make up for it, his mechanic also didn't work in Smash for Wii U of like the hitbox. His hitbox like sweet spot is closer to the hilt of his sword. It was really small. So then in Smash Ultimate, they made it slightly bigger, and the general movement of Smash Ultimate as well. That was the only difference they made. Everything else was the same. Just the general movement changes for Ultimate from Smash Wii U. It went from being like mid to top very quickly. Roy is the only Fire Emblem I play because he's also he's also the only one from a Fire Emblem I have played.
Nice.
I like Ike at least because he plays different enough.
Ike's alright. They did nerf him a lot though. He used to be a problem.
Yeah, like that's why I feel it weird. Like he's been nerfed.
Ike, you neutral air, and then you up 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 air, and then you kill them.
Did I stop being grabbed?
No.
No.
Oh wait, that's not the right button.
Grabe.
Seize.
It's kind of hard to explain, like, Melee. Like, if you try to play and people tell you you're bad, you're like, you go do it yourself and come back to me.
Ever since of, like, going through, like, Overwatch and Call of Duty, and especially Dark Souls, I have subscribed to, like, short of just not following the basic mechanics of, like, aim, hit, or something like that, short of not following those button prompts, no one's, like, bad when it comes to aims, especially of this nature. There's just, like, all these different skill levels, and...
It's a skill ceiling. How much are you willing to reach that ceiling?
Yeah. So, and some people just have it set really high. Yeah, whenever...
Like how... This is like how, no matter what you do, there's always a skill ceiling.
Ideally, it's one that isn't, you know... It isn't dictated by your best players, but it isn't also dictated by your worst, where, you know, everyone just starts playing at the same level. You want to have the... Because it's all just a matter of spectrum and scale. Some developers, some of them know how to counter this stuff, and some of them don't, though. I remember when Back 4 Blood was a thing, the studio started doing these nerfs to this, like, particular set of perks, and their argument was like, oh, the people that were, you know, using these perks, it was a case of, you know, they were trying to do some speed runs in our game, and it was ruining the experience for other people in the match. It fucked up the speed running community, that is true, but it did nothing. Like, one, most of the people who were doing speedruns were doing it with other speedrunners or something like that. It was a very much a case of, like, if you were speedrunning, you very much were in a company of people who were doing it. So the argument of, like, oh, it was doing a terrible play for other people joining in was a bit of a hilarious excuse, because after the nerfs, they demonstrated of, like, oh, this is what the deck looks like, you know, from the speedrun and shit. It's still leagues ahead of, like, you know, most of the other people that are playing the game motion-wise and such like that. So it didn't even solve... It didn't even do what the developers, like, wanted it to solve for. It was this really bad case of there was a subset in the game, and they just thought that everyone needed to be, you know, in the one genre, which is... That's not how you want skills to go. You want to be able to have casuals, competitive, and then the different categories, and you don't want to try and... You want them in your game, but you don't want them forced to play the same game.
Yeah.
Alright, that's our time limit for serious talk. How's the robot doing? Are you winning, son?
So robot.
Well, I'm just seeing how...
Lucario has the, like, comeback mechanic built in, so it's anyone's game.
What's the comeback mechanic?
So, Lucario is definitely, the more damage he takes, the stronger all of his, like, a lot of his moves become. Yep, that'll do it.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Pretty much, the closer he is to death, the stronger he is.
Sashera also has a free sound account. Apparently, we just randomly have these accounts. I'm pretty sure I did get it for streaming, because if it was made like a year and 2 and a bit years ago, then it was definitely made for streaming.
It came with your Xbox.
No,
You have freesound.org. It came free with your router.
It came free with your Twitch account. Oh no.
Well, I have the oldest Twitch account known to man.
No, you don't. It came out. That was honestly a hilarious conversation.
Oh my god.
Alrighty. Pokesona wins. Nice work on the Pokesona. I don't know how I feel about people with Pokesonas. I'm very mixed on it.
Oi.
You can oi me. My opinion still stands.
Just immediately lasering me, huh?
Listen, I need to assert dominance.
Asserted dominance. Stop it, I'm trying to assert dominance.
Okay, Magic Man.
Oh no!
Ow. Thank you, Sashera. Zephora and Ice. Yeah, well, here's the thing, is that Zephora has been, like, going at calling herself a fire dog now. Much like how Ko the Yoshi calls themselves a blue dinosaur. It's just that there are some some Poke Personas that I'm just sort of like, really? It's like when people use Renamon in the furry fandom. There's a very weird feeling to it, like Vaporeon used in this community.
It's just like, I mean, I think it's the same thing of just like, you see a creature and then go, what if this creature was me?
What if this creature looked human-ish? Ah, Jemmy!
I mean, I would say that it's not too different from like people using closed species and other like OC races and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe it's just a childhood thing. I bet people have like the same sort of feeling if they see their, like, you know, their childhood dog species as someone's persona, and then you just have this, you know, crazy moment on Twitter where it's just like, here they are, sexy, and you're like, I never wanted to think about this dog sexy.
I mean, I guess the thing for me is like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just also, I'm lumping in other things into it.
Nah, fair enough. It's one of the like I'm not going to like say you are invalid for being a furry for picking a for picking a Poke Persona, because like there are some people where it's like, you know, they do a good, like it looks good. It doesn't like irk on this side of weird. Oh, why did I get into those punches?
Syra, you paid me to
I was just sitting here and you're like, hey, I want it too.
Final destination.
Lasering my face. Only problem with being short.
No.
Oh no, don't touch that.
God damn you. No items. Fox only. Final
Oh,
destination.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was your last one.
No, it's okay. It's I fucked up
Freaking
on the
the
first
dog.
one, and Sashera is surprisingly. For some reason, I wasn't thinking she was good at it when she was so far behind and catching up and, you know, getting started with us. Renamon was a 2000 staple. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
The Ratchet personas? I've only seen Ratchet utilized in the furry community one time, and that was as a... That was like a Patreon voting thing by Ritz Beretta or something like that, where he was very Bara, very swole, and it was a very not safe for work piece. That was the only other time.
I'm surprised that there wasn't more like tonos of Wombaxes and stuff.
Yeah. I always wanted to make one, but every time I think, but that might ruin my childhood because I tend to draw a lot of not safe for work stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's like I'm in the same sort of boat with you on that one. With the Pokemon, it's just like, oh, childhood here, which is,
You know.
that's when shit gets tricky.
I see,
No, no, no,
Stop
no, 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 no,
shooting
no,
at
no.
the dog.
Dog.
It's a valid strategy.
Is it a valid strategy? Because you're losing right now.
Hmm. Look, he's seen the thing. He knows how this goes.
Oh yeah, this is. Wait, have you played Smash Melee?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played every version of Smash out there.
Okay. This is some. It's a dog
played
shoot
Melee.
dog world. Grant. That's not even a dog. That's a fox. Fucking
That's true.
Fox McCloud.
Fishing rod him.
Cookie for Bookie. Who's your cookie, Bookie?
Get him. Get him.
Oh my.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Shit.
I love the
Oh.
fishing rod. It's so goofy.
Well done.
Yes.
I fucking did it.
Him, bro.
I told you, the
God.
fishing rod.
Chat. Him, bro.
It's like you
There's a himber?
yeeted Grandpa to space. I wanted to see it again.
Freaking
Pog. There's a him, bro in chat.
Oh my god. The profile
Nice.
picture
Well,
of just someone
congrats on
holding
that
a
one.
dragon
Yes.
like a loaf of bread.
Foxes, like dogs, have fur, teeth, and make sound. Well, here's the thing. They have, like... Aren't they closer genetically to cats, and then just have, like...
They're canines.
Oh, they're canines?
We searched this up yesterday.
Canines
Fine,
running-
then neither.
they're neither. They're in Volpine.
We searched this up yesterday in Dazzing Stream just to prove a point. They're technically classified under canine.
Okay, alright. Yep. One of those complexities. Wait, fish is an animal, right?
Yeah, fish counts.
Okay, cool.
I don't see why I wouldn't.
Just a
Fish is
TikTok
an
in my,
animal.
just a TikTok in my brain. Jesus Christ, how did you hit
Fish.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
hard?
Fish are actually mushrooms. Fish are a mineral.
Ow.
Who would
Yeah,
win?
see?
Three.
Get
Ow, a
fucked.
whole bunch of sword fighters or one plumber.
My money's
Sash
on the
brings-
plumber.
Sash. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say Sash brings up the same point that I did because apparently Wolf was sad that he was being lumped together with Sash.
Oh, okay. What, like personality-wise or species-wise?
Species-wise.
Okay, because Wolk is a wolpine. Ow.
No, Walk's a dog.
Oh, I'm alive.
Swedish,
That wasn't me.
Swedish
Kaboom.
Lapphund.
Sizzle.
Bye.
Oh, I didn't counter in time. Fuck off, Sarayu. Die. He was really trying to counter your down B spam.
Ow. I'll just...
Like, I'm so out of touch with Smash. I've just been dedicating my time to Monster Hunter World because everyone's going back to it. It's kind of funny to see like 16k player base on Steam.
Ow!
It's because of the release of the trailer from Game
yeah.
Awards. So everyone's like, and weirdly enough, everyone went to Worlds first rather than Rise.
Because everybody thinks Wolf is the better one.
Yeah.
Come over here.
I will
People are
agree.
not
I will
a fan.
agree with that.
Yes.
It would have been funny
Too
if
fast. Too quick.
Too much speed.
I'm trying to get rid of the axe man. Oh, everyone else just died.
yeah,
I'm
go
out.
deal with the
I'm-
axe man.
Yeah. Patrick.
Alright. Sword fighting.
I agree here, bro. What Riot is really good
What?
as well.
Yeah,
That's
Coke, we're
what
still
I-
going.
Bye.
How did you like just float?
Maybe they're Brad.
No, he has a tether.
Oh, okay, it's one of those.
Oh, fuck, too early.
You didn't time
Yeah,
that.
too early.
Yeah.
I did not time that. Fucking input lag.
hesitation.
Oh, I don't even get to be in for the next one.
Wait, is
Boo! From the shittest Fire Emblem. I'm sorry, I hate. I hate recent Fire Emblem. It's all bad.
wait, the most recent one, is that the one with the like the two families and you're like the
No. Oh god, no, that was a while ago. That was the one with the fucking baby dimension. I hate it.
the what?
Isn't the latest? Isn't the latest one with the Tide Pod kids?
I am very far behind.
Yeah, no, Fire Emblem fans
this is
had
an interesting conversation to listen to.
No, Fire Emblem fans had this thing where the Fire Emblem Awakening did this thing where it was like, oh, you know, had time travel.
Mm-hmm.
So if two characters, you know, had a kid, that kid from the future would like fall out of a time portal. Anyway, Fates didn't have that, but still wanted to include it. So the way of including it was that, like, when kids are born, they're sent off to a magical, like, hyperbolic time forest to age, and then come back and then when they're grown up to be used in a fucking war. And there's something about that that's really fucked.
Well, yeah, because you're essentially being able to get yourself out of the Geneva Convention issue of child soldiers.
Yeah, but what happens if your parents die?
Why does that matter?
I don't know. You're in the baby dimension. It doesn't matter. What are you gonna know?
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I hate this map.
Scribbly was a second late.
Yeah.
No, you were a second early.
Whatever.
You know, snap time.
I was a second out of sync with the counter that I needed. God. I should just grabbed you.
Wait, Z's in this?
No, Z's not in this. He's in the DC, but he's in the
I'm not in the match. I'm just.
Yeah, okay. I was confused as to what thing we were talking about. They're in the baby dimension, waiting to become adults.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, I'm always happy to play with anyone in Monster Hunter World.
Noted.
On PC.
Oh.
And if you ever need to upgrade your Master Rank gear, I got the optimal guiding lens.
I've already got like the DLC gear that's like meant to get you to Iceborne quicker, so I'm good until I get to Iceborne because of like Dazarus or whatever.
Oh no, that gear is meant to get you through low rank to high rank. That will never get you to master rank.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alright.
Because low rank is so bad, you just want to get to high rank and that's where the real game starts.
Fuck you, Morse. Ow.
What have I done to deserve it?
Being a Pikachu. Being a
Look, I didn't choose
being an electric mouse. Get more characters.
It's okay, Ripper. If you play on Steam, I will help you out.
Fuck you.
Hey, throughout this entire stream, have we seen Zeebs play as someone else?
No.
No.
It's fun playing the gambling. Ah, damn it, you made me get out of Kamikaze.
Freaking Mr. Chance time over here.
Mm-hmm. Look, like the Australians, gambling is fun.
That's why it's illegal in some states.
It's kind of turbo illegal.
You mean surprise mechanics?
Let me get the oomph. Psych up. Ah, you.
No.
Because here's the thing, Ripper. Like with Monster Hunter World on PC, they decided to give World all of the console exclusives.
Oh my god, why is it? No, no, no.
Get fish.
Funny fishing rod.
Prepare to be fished. You know what that means? Fish.
I'm about to be fished. Ah!
can't believe, Ali, you would just say that.
Oh, disrespect.
Whoa!
Oh.
Delete doggo.
Whack, whack.
Alright, I'll swap to a different character. I'll go random.
Goes random, who gets hero again.
If that happened, it would be hilarious. Let me get out of the...
It was meant to be if it happens again.
Yeah, alright. Don't start the match until I, like, go back into, the queue thingamajiggy. I swear the fucking Pika spam Morse. Apparently, Morse, the Pika spam is... No, don't go into the... just, like, I can't do the thing.
Were we ready, or...?
No.
No.
Wait until, have you changed? I'm just not doing it. There we go.
Yeah, alright. Ding, and then swap from this to... This is how you do a random Morse. Look at all these people I have available to me. So many different Fire Emblem characters I can play as.
Dude, I'm more than happy to have you spend like $80 and unlock characters for me.
No. You
can absolutely do that. I've already spent $60 in the game.
I only have a packet of Tim Tams to my name, and I'm trying to sell a monitor right now. This is like now the third paycheck this year where I'm like, God, there's got to be some, unreasonable payment or something like that it couldn't have been me, but it's all been me. Every single one of those. All right.
The characters are only like $6 a piece in the thing, but there's like 80 of them.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look at this. But yeah, third paycheck in a row this week where I'm like, basically, it's another, living from paycheck to paycheck moment. And it's like, I can see the 2 payments I did that definitely didn't need to be done. Purchasing a game and a $230 art commission because of peer pressure.
Oh, damn.
This is what it's like when you want to commission good artists from the States.
I mean, yeah.
And what's more is even Australian artists go by American prices.
Yeah.
It's so sad because I'll be like, yes, I have enough for this, and then I gotta pay for it. It's like, yeah. American motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like,
the Australian economy, despite so much like investment first mentality in Australians in their homes, the economy is shit.
It's because of that, I think.
I think it's like 67 Australian cents to $1, American dollar.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, it's not great.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, did Icy we need to do Magic Man?
Hey, at least I try to play different characters.
Oh, are you doing the gambles?
You're talking
Gambling man.
You talk to the guy that
you have a great trip.
Oh my goodness, I am...
Oh my god.
What are the like stage hazards on this stage? Because this is like
it's tiny.
It normally does. It just whoever has
for
picked it has set it to the final destination mode that what it is. So it's very boring.
No, that's why I'm asking like what the actual hazards are because like
not sometimes like the top and bottom become walls or the sides become walls, so you can't be KO'd in that direction. They bounce you back.
Are you reading the spells I see?
I'll tell you what,
I can read.
You can't cast spells off smell.
Well, sometimes you just need to, take a chance.
Ah, damn it.
Listen, I play card games, okay?
Maybe you should play more games.
I reckon... Ooh. I don't think I have the most diverse, Oh, what the fuck was that?
Soraya decided they were done. Is it Soraya or Karayu?
I think it's Kiaru. The way they explained it to me is that it's similar to the Cura spell in Kingdom Hearts, and then, AYU at the end. Alvirus is just like, fuck Pokemon Trainer. It don't work.
Well, stool me, will you?
I will.
Die.
So, where was
I'm here. You're here to be a magic man. I'm here to fucking. I'm here for a fencing match.
Yeah.
it's the Witch Hunter.
I will be real. I'm pretty sure like Z's like Fire Emblem class choice is so then that way the counter is available.
No, I'm not gonna kamikaze. No, thank you.
So
That would have been really
Be
good.
the end of magic.
It would have been so funny, please.
Stop using projectiles. They're cheating.
What do you
Siren,
mean
you paid me
cheating?
to say Grand
Yeah, I don't have any, so you shouldn't.
About my name pronunciation. I have never mentioned Kage Kura.
I feel like you did at least once.
Oh no, that time.
Someone mentioned the pronunciation similar to Kira for some reason.
Input lag. Okay, zoom.
Oh, goodbye.
Okay.
Hello.
Someone has not yet like acquired the ultra instinct of reading the spells / not reading them.
Ooh. Oh, the range. Oh, I didn't have a jump.
I actually don't know the range of that. I'm actually.
No, we do. It's just silly, and it comes out of the thing about Flame Slash that's stupid is that it's not a fully charged smash attack, but it's the same as a smash attack, but it comes out on frame 2. So it's fucking impossible. If it's just there, it's like, oh, cool, I'm gonna get hit by it. There's literally no way to react in time.
That is a cursed hitbox.
Nice.
It's terrible.
Oh my
makes a
god.
tea.
Is that a code?
It is a code, the Yoshi. Why they're not in the Zebra streaming? Oh, they could just be not interested in chatting like Sashera, so. But yeah. What does Australia need to do to have a good economy? Because obviously we can't just get rid of the...
Maybe stop selling our businesses to foreign
Stop
countries.
selling public assets. Literally, no. The answer is literally tax.
Well-
Our tax code is fucking terrible. We do not tax companies enough. Companies get away with basically coming in here saying we'll definitely help the economy, and then we go, oh, okay, and they say we actually have decided not to pay tax, and the government still goes, okay.
Oh, so hello everyone, how you doing?
Hi, Code.
You've also got
We're
the
trying to solve Australia's economy so they're not 60 cents on the American dollar.
Like I
You've
said,
also-
easy way to solve it, give me money.
Consume
You've
the
also
rich.
got the point of Australia sells all of its coal overseas that buys it back for like double the price.
Yeah. And what's more is like it's not like it doesn't have merits, because unfortunately it's one of those situations back in 2009 that the reason why Australia only went through a recession, despite the fact they were very much tied with America's like banking system and housing and all that kind of nonsense, they just were able to get rid of a lot of natural resources, because it was like they were one of the last few countries that still held a large amount of it and not be, held within private interest. It's unfortunate.
We haven't.
The other reason we did well in the recession is because the government gave the lowest income people money and said, please buy things that you need, and they did. Amazing.
Well, they bought things they either needed or it just didn't stay in the bank account, quite frankly, which was the best case scenario for the government when it came to the money. Is there wasn't a case of
back into the economy. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would have thought that would work?
Oh my goodness. To keep an economy alive, you gotta use the economy. Crazy.
Does anyone else find Isabel to be like the weirdest character for them to add into a fighting game?
Nah.
I mean, even she seemed to think so.
We have Minecraft Steve.
True.
That was by poll.
Was it by a poll?
Yeah,
Do not bullshit me on this one.
Look,
I'm not even
happy because I
joking.
got Banjo and Kazooie. The only other character I wanted besides Shovel Knight, who became an assist trophy, was Phoenix Wright. And, he could have been it. He could have been in it. He would have been the weirdest addition.
He's already in Marvel vs. Capcom. They're not going to double up like that.
No,
I mean,
no one plays MVC, UMVC 3 anymore. Just put him in Smash. It would have been funny.
Grant, if you're talking about doubling up like that, don't forget Ryu from Street Fighter is also in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah, but Ryu just goes anywhere there's a fight.
Yeah.
I would have been happy if we got another Kirby rep.
Oh,
Yeah, but who would we add though? Waddle D with a spear?
Bandana
No,
D,
Meta-
don't disrespect him.
Oh wait, is Meta Knight already a character? Am I?
Yeah, he
Meta
is.
Knight is already
Okay,
in the
that'll do it.
thing.
At
And too
least-
late. I disrespect your Bodana D.
Oh my god. Listen, at least with all the Kirby rep, they all different. Whereas if you look at the Fire Emblem characters, 4 of them play the same.
Well, that's because all the characters are the same.
Yeah. Wait, is the
I mean,
newest
Fire Emblem has one character.
is the
I don't know
newest
what you
IP from
expected.
Nintendo Xenoblade or Bayonetta?
Splatoon.
Oh,
Yeah, it's Splatoon.
yeah. Okay, I forgot.
If you're talking IP in the recent years, yeah, Splatoon would be the newest one.
Damn.
If it wasn't for, was it Smash 4? Yeah, Smash 4. People would not have gotten on the Xenoblade hype train.
Bold.
Yeah.
Feeling it.
Yeah, and if we didn't have that hype train, we wouldn't have Xenoblade 2.
Are you feeling
really
it,
did
Mr.
wonder-
Schultz?
I'm really feeling it. People really did go, who the fuck is this British man in my Smash game?
Who the fuck is this Jamie
Meanwhile,
Oliver?
what's the guy from King of Fighters or Fist of Fury or whatever the fuck? Is
Terry Bogard.
Yeah.
Okay, I know why. I can tell you why he got in, and that's because Masahiro Sakurai was, or perhaps still is, a massive fan of King of Fighters.
Yeah.
That was his fighting game.
The other thing as well is
Then boom.
the other thing is as well is King of Fighters hasn't stopped.
No, yeah, it's still going.
It's still going. So like arguably it's like like because most of the people that were like never played anything other than Smash or were just people like me casuals, we just thought, who the fuck is this guy? But most
I wanted. No, sorry, go on.
most people, I feel like when they see the choices like Banjo and Kazooie, for instance, they forget like how Terry is such a established sort of character in its time. Especially for the fighting community. Banjo and Kazooie is just an established character in its time for Rare. Like we just have this moment of what's the word when you don't care for history, you're doomed to repeat it. But like if you're not doing history, you're just words will come to my head as I play further as Cloud.
I don't know where you're going with this, but
Yeah, no, it's alright. I
the,
don't know either.
the thought has gone somewhere, but I'm not sure where.
Where the
If you're saying rose-tinted glasses and nostalgia goggles,
It's the opposite of that. It's this fact that like, oh, it doesn't exist because it's not new, kind of thing.
yeah, here's the thing. It's also exposure. Like, SNK hasn't had like a game for a long time, and you needed to have like someone bring you into it. Only till recently.
And that brings me to like my other like out-of-pocket representation that I kind of secretly hoped might just happen would be the Metal Slug characters, because I was like, well, Joker has a fucking gun. That's opened up things, because I feel like you literally can just bundle them, all 4 of them, into the one character. They're just different skins, because that's essentially how it works in the game. And then I don't know, like up B is the rocket launcher, side B is the shotgun, or just have like a weapon changing mechanic or like a pickups mechanic. I don't know, it could be really fun.
I can see like a Metal Slug assist trophy.
Yeah, they're probably more of an assist trophy. One of them appears and just starts blowing everything up, which arguably I still would have taken. That still would have been cool.
What about
Get one of
those
the like
prisoners
half-naked
of
guys
war?
that just
Like, you
runs
had
around
to
the back and throws food out?
No,
Defeated by fishing rod. The most mighty weapon.
It's true.
Did you know you can beat Ganondorf in Twilight Princess by pulling out the fishing rod? He'll just look at it and then you can attack him.
He gets distracted. It doesn't work every time, but it works enough times you can get some really decent hits on him. But he just gets distracted by it, like, ooh.
He just looks at you like, what are you doing?
And he watches the rod, and lets his guard down, like, what the fuck? And then you can stab him.
Just stab him. I don't know if
I was
it's
watching-
a mechanic.
I love Twilight Princess Ganondorf because he sounds the most like he smoked for 50 years. I don't know why that's endearing in a way, but it is.
I have no
I was watching
clue
Ripper
how to
play.
Cloud. Sash,
What were you
get
gonna
the
say,
fuck
Morse?
off there.
Like, seeing people speedrun Tears of the Kingdom scares me.
Speedrunners scare me, especially the ones that get to play like the games like Doom and shit, where it's like, oh, we've like actually been able to find like a glitch that is actually quite honestly like good for just general play as well, like how you can enable both upgrades on the assault rifle. So it's like you can have both rockets and sniper rifle, because the sniper rifle does like way more damage than the rockets, but then it has the advantage of all the extra hits like the rockets.
Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask speedrunning is the most terrifying because essentially the best way to speedrun that game is to pick up pots in such a way that you rewrite the game's internal memory, fall down a hole, and go to the final cutscene.
Wrong warp?
Yeah, wrong warping. Wrong warping is amazing. Yeah, Majora's Mask is you don't even... It used to be warping to Majora, and then someone found a way of doing it where you just go from the astral... You just fuck around in the astral observatory enough that the moon just goes. It just disappears.
It's like, I don't know what's going on down there, but I am leaving.
Or what about Ocarina storage? As in, like, you store the Ocarina on a different item.
Oh, yeah.
And you're playing the Deku stick.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, yes.
Mighty as well. One thing about that Deku stick, my favorite factor is that it is as powerful as like the big sword or the Great Fairy sword. It just breaks, but it is
I
incredibly
used to sit there and call it the Deku stick because I didn't know it was actually pronounced Deku for the longest fucking time.
Either's close. I'd accept either pronunciation, really. Also, Nintendo replaced the Deku with like the Koroks, and to be honest, shit move. I missed the
especially
last Deku.
Especially since the only thing the Koroks give you is shit.
Exactly, they give you poo.
We don't see Deku Barbas anymore, right?
No, actually. No, not since Skyward Sword, I don't think.
For me, I find them as really iconic enemies.
Icy is cute, you
You ever seen people writing machine code by abusing the order of Pokemon in the boxes? No, but if it's early gen Pokemon, it doesn't surprise me that there's... I mean, early gen Pokemon is impressive because it doesn't crash, but its code is also held together by like elastic bands. That's why it doesn't crash, because the elastic bands allow it to move in such a way.
Yeah.
Sash is just sitting there with a fishing rod, like, come on, take the bait.
Take the bait.
Take it, Grant. Take it.
Yeah.
You know you want the tasty snottage.
Oh, come on.
Look, Cloud, some materia.
Speed running, like, I really want to try Sunshine.
That's how you get Yuffie on the fishing rod. You just say, hey, Yuffie, materia.
Oh my god, he's in Japanese.
Yeah, Cloud was one of the only few that they didn't give the English voice acting to.
Cloud and Sephiroth both because Square Enix were like licensing or something. I don't know. You can't have it.
You have to use fishing rod, or I have no reach otherwise.
And I know that Cloud's voice actor got into some serious hot water. Like, I think it was like last year.
Oh, just to put salt on the wound,
the previous one.
To put salt on the wound, Sashera. That was the first time I played Cloud. I've not played Cloud before now.
I am exhausted, so I'm gonna call it right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
it's almost 10 o'clock. This will be the last match, I think, and then I'm gonna have a look at who we're gonna go raid and such. I very much enjoyed this. I need to be a lot better with planning, because I was supposed to send invites like 3 weeks ago and, you know, alert people and shit. Because setting up stream is the harder part. Doing the stream itself, easy. It's getting everyone here. Oh, what the fuck? Why am I back in the game?
I don't know, apparently we're back in.
No! I got booted!
How did I get kicked out?
I didn't do anything!
That may be the reason. Because you have like 15 seconds to respond, and if you didn't do that, you just.
Oh, I didn't even know it was ready. I didn't know we were ready. I was looking at chat. That's what I get.
Yeah, it's really easy to miss. I've had a couple times of like answering a DM and it's gone.
Wait,
I didn't know that Lenny was actually playable.
Oh, I'm the doctor. All right, what does he do? Okay.
Basically everything normal Mario does, but medication worthy.
Was
So
that?
Dr. Mario is more power-based compared to the original.
Yeah, hilariously, he is. He also has a better Shoryuken. His up B is a better Shoryuken than Ryu can.
Throw us all on the edge. That's the problem when you do the shell, is you have no control over where you're going.
You have some control.
Not as much as you'd like to have, though. If you're too close to the edge, it's a death sentence.
Oh, damn it. Oh, this is a jamming song.
Oh, yeah. Most of Persona's songs are all going to be fire.
Oh yeah. What song is it?
I have never seen a Persona track or song that was not pretty much lit. Even the spin-offs, like from the Persona Q series or Arena Ultimax, were all fire tracks. Ow, the abuse! No, 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 I egged before!
Oh, no, 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 no!
Yeah, that really was Cleveland-esque.
That was pretty much.
No.
I really gotta stop taking my bath during Peter's shenanigans.
Maybe I should let Devil Joe just deal with you, Code, and just watch from the sidelines.
Hey, you will never let the pickle eat me.
I'll just watch it go and then be like, oh, well, on that last cart, fine, I'll take care of this.
Cue you with the
Stop
abuse of laser
shooting.
tactics. Those tactics would get you banned in Smash 64.
Thankfully, we're just being friends here.
Remember the good old days where if you get pissed off at your friend, you just go and press the reset button on the console?
Oh, I have that as well, don't I? Oh, Jesus.
I used to do that to my brother.
He feels so slow.
Dr. Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's more, as somebody said, he's more powerhouse than Super Mario.
Hey, nice work out, Varus. Freckles! Oh my god, it's Freckles! Shit, what is he doing here?
Not just any Freckles, the Freckles.
Okay.
It's that Freckles, actually.
That Freckles.
How many of you know this Freckles? Like, art-wise?
I don't know.
I do. I've seen a lot of Freckles artwork.
Yeah,
I love this stuff.
I've commissioned them like one time and such. God damn it! Here I am going into fucking.
I would love to get a commission from them at some point.
They do great art.
I do. I love this stuff.
Wait, okay. It looks like someone already did a shout. They didn't raid,
Yep.
did they? Oh no, Morse just gave a shout out. Oh, Morse knows who Freckles is.
Yes. I know who Freckles is. I'm aware.
What was that, Z? What was that casual? Yes, I know.
I'm aware. I know. I know things.
I know things.
I know things and people with things.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
thingles.
so maybe Freckles isn't as niche of an artist as I thought he was. He's in the same sort of stardom as getting. Who the fuck is? Oh, this is Meta Knight. Okay. Hey, I see. Ow.
Freaking Z's just hanging over there and be like, let's taunt all day.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Come here, fat boy.
Their art style is very cute.
It is very lovely. They have a unique style, which is great. It's easily recognizable, and what's more, they do quite a number of what's the word I'm looking for? Trends in the furry community that I also subscribe and like. Ow, I got my ass kicked.
Sorry, Grant.
Fuck you, Yoshi. Also, I swear there's like a bluer Yoshi than that. Like, that's a baby
There is,
blue.
but he looks way too purple.
Oh, okay.
Like everyone mistakes it for purple a lot of the time. It's like, yeah, I can kind of see that given the color of it.
Wait, purple? Wait, what? I don't see purple.
So the dark blue one. Crap.
Okay, so we'll just destroy Z's ride again.
It's insured, it's fine.
Oh my god, God! Can I just get out of this corner for just a moment?
Nope.
No.
You are now the corner, bitch.
There we go. Ah, damn it, I couldn't drill into you.
But I can headbutt you.
You headbutted me into a wall.
Yeah, and then you went flying off onto the other side.
Understandable, Freckles. I am in the I am not, despite the accent, I am not in America. I am in not the United States. I am
in the United Australias.
I am in the United Australias. I am in, like, Oceania kind of area, and yet I have, like, no Southeast Asians here.
I'm Southeast Asian.
Oh, sweet! Yay! I have now entered in the Southeast Asian community now. Thank you.
I'm Australian from the East Coast.
Damn.
Nice. Slowly but surely, I will. My user base will grow. Where instead of hearing complaints about, oh, I've been awake for 21 hours to see you. Why can't you do better? To, hey, this sounds like an American. What's he doing here?
I mean, you've done that to me.
Whoa, what was that?
That was me doing things.
Okay,
Freckles is from Chile. Oh, he's from Chile. Oh. Wait, that's a South America, right?
No, that's what you put in a bowl and you eat it.
I still just love how I told you I was Australian a few times, Grant, and then we were in Dazzy's UC once, so that I mentioned I was Australian again, and you're like, yo, you're Australian? I thought you were American.
Yeah, I have a terrible memory for names and places and shit. Like, I am regularly forgetting Code is not in Sydney.
Yes, I feed on all your booze and jeers from my terrible jokes.
I'm not a fake American. Alternative United States, parentheses, Oz. Love it. Who else saw this thing?
Remember, terrible jokes are only funny if they're dad jokes.
I think, so long as it's an under... Oh. Ow. That looked like
I hate
it
DLC.
I hate DLC. Look, I hate DLC as well, but we're not gonna blame DLC for why you lost.
Because he was fine as is. He didn't need a thing which is like, oh, you're at 100%. Here's a free if you land the grab you win.
It's called a rage art.
It's bullshit. Everyone has a rage. You don't need more.
Oh my god. Man, freaking
I feel like his end theme should just be grabbing whatever character and just throwing them off the cliff, just like he did in the trailers.
Anyway, we're going to need to end it here. We've gone on now for like 4 hours, which is longer than normal for my streams overall. Granted it's Sunday tomorrow, but I don't want to be up forevers, unfortunately, because, you know, I like my sleep. I like keeping a consistent sort of sleep schedule. And what's more, I'm going to be streaming Monday morning. I'm going to be streaming at a time that people in Chile and the United States can enjoy. They don't have to be salty with me. They get to be a bit spicy with me.
So I'm gonna watch.
Oh, see, now you can make the chili joke, but I can't make a chili joke.
I came up with an original chili joke. Thank you very much. I'm not talking about like, like I thought chili was the thing in the kitchen. Here I am being like, all right, I'm gonna be a little more thoughtful and be like, why be so salty when you can be spicy? Freckles, as my only connection to chili right now, how do you rate that joke?
Give it a 0. Do it, Freckles!
No, out Queensland
Give it a 15 out of 10. I vote 15 out of 10.
15 out of 10? Oh, that's a high ranking. Oh, hi there, Night Sky.
You're just giving it that ranking because, awful out of 10. Haha, unsubbed out of 10.
Thank you for the 69 bits, Lady Alias. Unfortunately, we're reaching the end of our stream. Can we get a
Hear me out. Awful is a 5-letter word, so that's 5 out of 10. Just saying.
All right, I'll take that 5 out of 10. That's average. Let's have
they're not wrong.
Look. Who is online? We've got Gwillem. We've got Cyan Wolfghost from the Discord.
I have a suggestion.
You have a suggestion?
That boy is streaming.
Get him.
That boy? Oh, I know who you're talking about. How do you spell it?
So, you know what? I'm just gonna put it in the freaking chat.
Thank you. I was gonna scan Himbo Redeems. It's okay. Not very many people know the trick with the... Yeah, that boy. I know exactly that boy.
They're only half an hour in.
Oh, that's amazing. That's excellent. This will actually be good. And they're doing art? They put themselves down as furry garbage and they're doing art. Amazing. Alrighty. What's gonna be our raid message? I want to say like down B to smash or something like that.
Apparently it's a
that boy, she, her. Oh. Damn it. Fuck. Sorry.
I mean,
I remember them joining before they said that they were a she, her, and we got confused because like, why should they name that boy?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I can understand people mistaking it when the username is dat boy.
Hmm. Oh shit!
That's
actually,
why I just ran them with "I'm going to fight you."
Oh shit! It's her. It's that boy. That is going to be our raid message. Oh shit! It's her. It's that boy.
That boy.
That boy. Wait, was that on the list of acceptable things? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, let me get the raid going, and hang on, I need to give them buttons. So yeah, I will be online again, I'll be online again Monday morning my time. I will get a stream schedule out, I'll post it in the Discord and all that kind of such, but did you know all these other viewers, all these other streamers are in my Discord right now. They also stream. Blue, when do you think is the next time people might be able to catch you?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Oh my goodness, that is so soon. I'm gonna give you
but it'll be later in the day because I got pre-release to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, for the new Magic set.
Yep. Murder at Karlov Manor, which is also another Ravnica set, everyone.
Oh, yay! Next up is Code the Yoshi. When's the next time people might be able to spot you?
So Tuesday. I was going to do Monday, but I got asked to do work, so that's going to be Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty then. And then we have Tatsu. You stream, right?
I haven't streamed it for a while, but I was actually planning on starting up again soon.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Be sure to do a notification in the Discord so I can catch that as well. And then, last but certainly not least, Scribbly Noodle.
Hello. Probably Monday. I was going to do tomorrow, but I have gotten other commitments, so yeah, it's probably going to be Monday.
Fair enough. Alrighty then. Well, that's all Mr. V for himself. We're gonna make you tired. We're gonna make
Mr.
you tired of that. You're gonna be so
Please,
annoyed, and
Mr.
you're gonna
V.
be like, "Call me Mr. Scrungle" or one of your other team
Please,
names.
Mr. Vifer was my father.
I was about to say.
Mr. Microsoft XP. Mr. Microsoft XP.
Alrighty then. So
you should put that around. It's like Mr. Vifer was my mother. Really confuse them. Really put that confusion in.
Low-key, my brain gets really confused because my brain wants to say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you a $5 instead." Because when you hit someone a $5 limit, you're like, "Hey, he's a $5."
Alrighty, so we're gonna go for our raid into that boy. She is right now doing some furry art. Alright, and I hope you'll join with me. I gave the plain text, so you can choose whatever emotes you want for her. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate all of you who joined in, either to watch, to lurk, to play. However, I greatly appreciate it. I'll be doing this again next month in 20-something plus days, and I'll try to remember to be more up-to-date with it, but otherwise, I hope to see you all Monday, and if not, I'll hope to see you all next time. Bye for now!
Hey everyone!
Bye.
Bye.
Bye!
Bye.
Alrighty, raid messages ready. Looks like raid messages are ready. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.